Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's we can deny there's a bit of a festive spirit in the air, and you get Santa, yeah, ho ho ho. But I welcome you to this final board meeting of 2019, and it kind of culminates quite a challenging but successful year. We'll, I'm sure, unfold more of that as the morning progresses. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order. The Niagara Peninsula watershed is located on the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples dating back countless generations. We want to show our respect for their contributions and recognize the role of treaty making in what is now Ontario. I have a motion moved by Member Metcalf, seconded by Member Smith, that tabled staff report FA 173 whistleblower policy be added to the agenda to be addressed in conjunction with item 4H, tabled minutes of the Governance Committee meeting dated December 13, and that an additional item be added to the closed session in relation to personal matters about an identifiable individual. Any comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this addition to the agenda? And opposed? And that's carried. Are we all good? All right, no problem. No problem. Good. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Member Woodhouse, seconded by Member Hewson, that the agenda be adopted as amended. Member Kaywall.
Sorry, Chair. I just want to let you know that I'll be bringing forward two motions and notice under item 8 on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions on the agenda as a whole? Seeing none, all those in favor and opposed, and that's carried. At this time, we have a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. Steve Miller, who is the Senior Manager of Water Resources, and he'll be speaking about the Welland River Floodplain Public Engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Chair, Madam CAO. Steve Miller, Senior Manager, Water Resources. I've been asked to give a presentation on the third round of the public information sessions of the Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update. If you can advance it. So just to recap, the Welland River flows from Bimbrook Reservoir to the Niagara River through the cities of Welland and the community of Chippewa. Erica, please. There were 3 separate public input sessions. The first 2 were in 2016. The very first round was an awareness session telling folks about the project and soliciting their feedback. No technical work had been done yet, just wanting to listen to the concerns, the questions that folks had. The second, in June, was a technical understanding meeting. That meeting, some engineering work had been done, and it was to help folks understand the whole floodplain mapping process, what the model is, how it works. The last round of public engagement took place in October of this year, and that was to introduce the draft floodlines to the public and solicit feedback. Thanks, sir. So this is a copy of the postcard that was mailed to everyone living within 1 kilometer of the Welland River, and it indicated that there would be 4 public meetings throughout the entire watershed. Niagara Falls, in the city of Welland, one in Wellandport, and the final one in Caister Centre. The meetings ran from 6 to 8, similar format for each of them. A formal presentation at 6:30, and then there was a facilitated question and answer period after that. As part of the media campaign to apprise folks of the public engagement session and to let them know how they can provide their feedback, the communications staff really went above and beyond. So 1 to 2 weeks prior to the meeting, the public engagement sessions were published in local newspapers in order to, and this was staggered, this was to keep the folks apprised and not have that whole campaign become stale. The direct mailers, the postcard that you've seen, was sent out to 12,000 homes within folks living within 1 kilometer of the river. People that had signed up back in the 2016 engagement sessions who had given their email were sent a digital copy of that postcard. Okay, over 270 people were sent emails. The corporate website had a project page. Folks were able to visit it to download the floodplain maps, the draft report, and that report and the associated maps were downloaded over 420 times. Social media was engaged, and over 200 people interacted with those posts talking about the public engagement sessions. During the actual meetings themselves, we had over approximately 196 people attending, again, situated throughout the watershed. What did we hear? All the questions were written down and distilled into common themes. And the themes that we heard were, folks wanted to know what the difference was between the old 1985 floodlines and the new updated ones. People are comfortable with the 85 lines. They've been working with them for approximately 35 years. They relate everything back to that. And as it turns out, the updated floodlines are not very different, are very, very similar to the 85 lines. That instilled a degree of comfort in the public. Folks wanted to know if their property was impacted by the floodplain. The Conservation Authority, we brought Wi-Fi enabled tablets that staff were able to circulate with people. People were able to come on up and quickly zoom into their property to see whether or not the floodplain impacted them, whether there was an increase in floodplain or a decrease in floodplain. That went over really, really well. What's the impact of Ontario Power Generation? In this study, we know the range that Ontario Power Generation operates. This study looked at the impact of all 3 of those ranges, the low, medium, and high range, and quantified those impacts. And as it turns out, the quantified impact is isolated to the lowest reaches of the Welland River, those reaches in and around Niagara Falls. What is the impact of the siphons on the floodlines? The siphons were looked at, the impact of them being plugged, 20%, 50%, 75%, 100%, was analyzed and quantified. We know the old siphon is plugged 30%. We know the new siphon, Port Robinson, is clean. That scenario was run against what happens if they become increasingly plugged. For the first time, we were able to quantify that and understand exactly what the impact that condition would have on the floodplain. There was a lot of interest in the model itself, how it was made, what assumptions were used, rainfall. Through all 4 meetings, that was a common theme. People were interested in the engineering, and our consultant, WSP, did an excellent job in relaying to folks the technical engineering in a way that they could understand. And there was some interest in the floodplain policies. Folks wanted to know if they were in the floodline, what did that mean to them? Could they continue to farm? Could they build a barn? If their house burned down and they were in the floodplain, could they rebuild? The tone was cordial, okay? The public appreciated the accessibility and the openness of the project team, okay? In contrast to the 2016 meetings, there was no open conflict or hostility, okay? Again, staff attributed it to two things. The first, the similarity between the 2019 updated floodlines to the 1985 floodlines, and the fact that there was extensive public consultation when the Conservation Authority was updating the flood hazard policies in 2018. November, the Watershed Floodplain Committee had their meeting and they listened to this same presentation. At the end of that meeting, they passed a resolution, and I'd like to take a moment and read the resolution that was passed. It provides an excellent summary of the work that has gone on these past years. Whereas the Watershed Floodplain Committee has provided oversight and direction during the entire Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update project since 2015. And whereas the Watershed Floodplain Committee has reviewed and approved the draft Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update report and associated flood maps. And whereas the Floodplain Committee has reviewed and approved the flood hazard policies as outlined in the NPCA policy document adopted September 2018. And whereas members of the Watershed Floodplain Committee have attended all 4 of the most recent public information sessions and have witnessed the acceptance of the study by the public via the 17 public meetings, the 12 that had taken place to support the floodplain mapping project and the 5 that had taken place to support the policy update. And whereas members of the Watershed Floodplain Committee have reviewed and approved the Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update Information Session Round 3 Summary Document, this is the same presentation that you're seeing now. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Watershed Floodplain Committee recommends that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board of Directors approve the Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update Report and associated flood maps for use in the implementation of the NPCA's Ontario Regulation 15506, a regulation intended to reduce the negative impacts of natural hazards, including flooding. So, the recommendation that will be before you is based on the positive feedback obtained from the 3rd and final round of public consultation, and based on the Watershed Floodplain Committee's recommendation endorsing the results of this project, it is recommended that the NPCA Board approve the Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update Report and the associated flood maps for use in the implementation of the NPCA's Regulation 15506. Thank you. Be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for that presentation. I was remiss. My apologies. Before we go any further, are there any conflicts of interest with respect to the meeting today? Seeing none, are there any questions for the presenter? Member Shurton. Okay, is your
There you go. All right. No, I was on the flood committee for the last term, and there seemed to be a good turnout. What was the turnout of the public open houses that we had?
So through the 4 public open houses, 196 people attended.
any other comments or questions? Member Smith.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how often do we do floodplain mapping? Every 5 years, every 10 years, or?
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. It depends. If a community is flood prone, or if that community is facing significant development pressure, the floodplain mapping could be on a 10 to 15 year basis, right? In some areas, rural areas where there's not much going on, not much has changed, that can be extended to 20 years. But ideally we want to have, outside of significant development pressure, or outside of a community like Wellandport or the city of Welland being prone to damage during a flood, in that case, 15 years would be appropriate. It really depends.
Chair, I have a follow-up to that. I want to suggest that it might be of benefit to us to establish a policy rather than kind of go by the seat of our pants as far as, and that's not meant derogatory, but it doesn't seem like we have a firm policy on how often we do the floodplain mapping, and it might be something for, I don't know if it's something for governance committee or what, but something for consideration.
Member Brady? Well, right now, that's just a suggestion, so it's kind of floating out there. We're going to kind of leave it hanging unless I get further motion on it. Can you use your mic, sir?
Steve, or Mr. Miller, now that the Welland River is completed, how many other areas are floodplain mapping needed in the boundaries of the Conservation Authority, approximately?
Yep. No, thanks for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. You might recall staff had presented to the board a couple of months ago a work plan to update, identify, to prioritize the watercourses that need immediate attention over the next 5 years, with the intent to revisit that continuously. So the next priority that was identified and put through in the 2020 capital budget would be Beaver Creek. Beaver Creek is a tributary of the Welland River that flows through Wellandport. Wellandport is flood prone. So those 5 priority projects, 1 per year, have been identified and prioritized. The intent is, as we establish our 5 and 10 year capital plans, those priority watercourses would be identified. And once we address the priority watercourses, it would be time to revisit and update those watercourses that have afforded floodplain mapping.
Just a follow-up. Approximately, how many years will it be before we have floodplain mapping in all of the watercourses that in Niagara or in your area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we do one major system a year with all its tributaries, it would take approximately 15 years to have all the watercourses provided with floodplain mapping.
So it's going to take quite a long time for us to put floodplain mapping in place.
That's correct. There are approximately 150 watercourses in our jurisdiction. Only half are floodplain mapped. Now, a caveat to that, I might add, many of our watercourses flow, especially in the headwaters, are flowing through rural watersheds. While it is a benefit to have floodplain mapping, we need to prioritize, because nothing except farming is going on in those sections. We will get to them, but the priority being areas that are facing development pressure or people could incur damages as a result of that flooding. What has changed?
I'm going to, the Madam CAO wants to make a comment on that, and then I'm going to go to some Member Beatty and Member Johnson.
Thank you. Through the chair to the board of directors, and I'm speaking on the issue that's in front of you. I too was going to reiterate what Mr. Miller has said and just harken back to the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General pointed out that we had not been updating our floodplain mapping in an appropriate manner, and that has simply been not out of lack of desire, but out of lack of funding. So the Auditor General requested that we identify priorities and for mapping over the next, I believe it was 7 years, 6 to 7 years, Mr. Miller?
Correct.
And which we have done. The next thing that we need to do in 2020 is our Director of Corporate Services will be working with our staff and our member municipalities on 10-year capital budget projections, as Mr. Miller has said. I would assume, through the chair, that we can advance or delay the mapping as much as it relates to the funding that we get. If we get a number of amount of funding and we have the consulting firms to do the mapping and the staffing resources to review it, then we can speed it up. If we don't have the funding for the mapping or the staffing resources to review it, it's going to take a little longer. So for now, we do have a good, thank you, Lise, we do have a good 7-year plan in place of prioritization, and I think that puts us in good stead till next year when we can sit down with our municipalities and prioritize through capital planning.
Member Beatty?
Hey, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask staff that one was the Auditor General's report, which you've clarified. Thank you. And the other one is the Ontario government's 3 priority initiative. One of them is hazard, and we're expecting regulations from the Ontario government that will drive this agenda. So just sit back and relax, it's coming.
Mr. Chair, may I? To Member Beatty, thank you, Member Beatty. I should have mentioned that in my comments. When we were last at Conservation Ontario, we discussed this issue, and the Vice Chair may report, she was there with me and Mr. McKenzie. We did manage to get the Deputy Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks. The Minister unfortunately couldn't make it to the meeting, but it was a very good presentation by the Deputy. Of course, he couldn't commit to when the regulations may be coming down, but certainly we're expecting them next year. And those regulations are going to very much launch us into discussions with municipalities on what are required, what's the definition of hazards. I'm sure it includes floodplain mapping. And then if there's some specifics around the regulations, we will very much need to discuss with all of our municipalities how we advance the mapping forward. So yes, you're quite correct, Member Beatty, that we're in a little bit of a flux right now until such time as we get that direction from the province.
Member Johnson?
Yep, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify for myself. I heard the CAO tell us that it's a 7-year plan, and then I heard Mr. Miller say there's a 15-year plan out there. So am I just to assume that there is a plan, obviously? Can somebody just clarify that? I heard you say that to cover 150 water courses, you're looking at a 15-year plan and it's in the capital budget, and that gave me a lot of relief. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have identified, Madam CAO was right, we have a 7-year plan right now.
okay,
Okay, to address our highest priority water courses.
sure.
In order to complete the floodplain mapping for the rest of the water courses, it would take approximately 15 years.
Right.
We haven't prioritized beyond our 7-year plan at this
Okay.
point.
Okay, no, thank you. That really helps. And I just wanted to make a comment when you said about the rural areas, farming and not much going on out there. And I appreciate that comment, but I also wanted to add something to that. We have a lot of people buying up farms, putting in monster homes, regrading, and therefore it totally changes the floodplain. It totally changes the drainage. So, and I know you're aware of that as well. So I don't want to negate the rural area, but there is some high points there I think we need to take a look at as well. So thank you for your presentation.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Miller? Okay. Oh, sorry. Member Houston, yeah, down here in the corner. Oh, sorry, that's...
Oh, there we go. This really represents years and years worth of work, and I'm really happy to see it come before us today. You said that the public input was cordial. Were you experiencing, was there any pushback in the public, or was there a majority of the public were in favor and accepting of the new report?
Great. Through you, Mr. Chair. The folks at the meetings considered the 1985 floodlines as their baseline condition. They've been working with them, working around them for approximately 35 years. They're comfortable with them. They've compared every floodplain mapping initiative to the 85 lines. The updated lines are virtually similar. So that gave folks a degree of comfort. It's something that they knew about, that they were comfortable with, they've been working with for many years. And that, I think folks can attest that have been to all 4 meetings. There was no suspicion, hostility, none of that was present back in 2016. On the contrary, folks really loved being able to approach staff with those tablets to see the mapping on their property, ask questions of planners that were there. What does that mean? I'm in the line. What does that mean to me? So it was a very positive set of public engagement session.
And just as a board member, I didn't receive any negative emails or comments or phone calls. In fact, I received a number of positive, encouraging, some correspondence from residents. So I always like to see the positive come through instead of dealing with some of those negative comments. But it looks like there's been extensive work in terms of reaching out to the public and getting them engaged in the conversation. And I just want to thank staff for the work that they've done on this. I'm impressed with the level of public engagement that went on here.
Thank you very much. I have a special one. It's gold-plated and has a red ejector seat and trapdoor, so feature. So that's what I was just switching that. Any other comments or questions? Member Smith.
Through you, Chair. There's something that I just struggle to understand anecdotally when the floodlines don't change for 35 years or change only marginally. But all of our lived experience tells us that it's getting worse. That the floods that we have are getting worse, and so I guess my question, and it is anecdotal, is this just a personal feeling of mine, or is it that what's happening is the floodlines aren't growing, but the frequency of flooding is increasing, or something in my brain doesn't mesh with no change from 1985, and I can't put a finger on it, but my spider senses tingle. Spiders. I got them, yeah, I have spiders.
Okay, I'm going to go to Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an excellent question, Member Smith. I'm not the engineer, the hydrologist, and I'll let him answer that as well. But I've certainly worked around watersheds long enough to know that if you're looking at a small, urbanized watershed, it is going to react very differently to climate change than the big, lumbering, beautiful Welland River, which is a massive system. And that is certainly, I think, one of the reasons why it would take a little longer for, or it could explain, if you will, why the lines don't change as much with that water course as with other shorter urbanized water courses that are, say, flowing off the Niagara Escarpment into Lake Ontario. But again, I'm not the engineer, and I'm sure that Mr. Miller can explain that as well from a hydrological perspective.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Through you, Mr. Chair. What we're doing, what we're looking at in Niagara, the hazard we're looking at is the 100-year storm, okay? I like to think of that as a compromise, that compromise line, that flood line. In Niagara, the risk that we are prepared to expose ourselves to is that 100-year storm event. So, 100-year storm, we map it, and that is a compromise between keeping people away from the water course and safe, and a compromise between allowing folks to develop land in and around the water course. Other jurisdictions use different risk standards. The Hurricane Hazel, okay, which is 11 inches of rain in 12 hours. The 100-year storm, we might recall, is 4 inches of rain in 12 hours. Much different. Are things getting worse? Probably. But for now, the standard that we use to identify that risk is the 100-year. Back in '85, all the work that was done determined just that 4 inches of rain in 12 hours. That's the 100-year storm. With 30 more years of climate data, the extensive analysis that was undertaken concluded that, yeah, that's still valid. That 100-year storm is still 4 inches of rain approximately in 12 hours. Falling on the landscape, we have better mapping. That's really why the location of the flood line has changed a little bit, but the elevation, not so much. Not so much. That, will we see that 100-year storm more frequently? Maybe. But until staff has direction to change that compromise line, that risk standard, we'll continue to use the 100-year.
Hopefully that answered your questions. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Miller. I have a motion moved by Member Hellinga, seconded by Member Fior, that the PowerPoint presentation by Steve Miller, Senior Manager, Water Resources, regarding the Welland River floodplain public engagement be received. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if you could approve the next thing, and then I'm going to call you to the mic.
Okay, yeah. I have the minutes, so I have a motion moved by Member Steele, seconded by Member Woodhouse, that the minutes of the Watershed Floodplain Committee meeting dated November 28, 2019 be approved and all the recommendations therein be adopted. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor and opposed, and that is carried.
So, I can do this.
Okay. I'm gonna pass the floor to Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, that the undertaking of the Welland River floodplain mapping has been a long undertaking for many people that have dedicated themselves, both from the public and members of the board, to serve on this committee. I think that I would now like to take the opportunity to acknowledge, in particular, the members of the public. I believe 2 of them are here today. But I'd also like to read the names of all of the people that were on the Welland River Floodplain Committee. Don Smith, John McLaughlin, Len Arts, Lois Johnson, Chris Freer. And in addition to them, I would like to acknowledge the two that are in the audience today. I'd ask the chair. Where did he go?
The floodplain committee?
No, the chair of the authority. The chair of the authority, who I think I know what he's doing, but anyway, because I don't see him in the room, I will ask the vice chair, who is now chair pro tem, if she could go up to the podium, and I would ask that Mr. Beattie, oh, there you are, Mr. Chair. You thought you could escape. You can't.
No, I can't.
No, if I could ask now the chair and the vice chair with Mr. Beattie, who is a long-serving member of this committee, if they could come forward and present a small token of our appreciation to Glen Robbins and Bev Leopard for their years of service on the committee. Mr. Chair. They're being very humble, but gentlemen, why don't you please come forward, and these folks would like to give you a personal congratulations and a thank you for your years of service. The hardest part is getting people organized for the picture. So it's Steve that's doing the next presentation.
Yes. Okay. So then I have another motion here moved by Member Metcalf, seconded by Member Shurton. That report, FA 164-19, regarding Welland River floodplain update, formal adoption be received for consideration. And 2, that the Welland River floodplain mapping update report and the associated flood maps be approved for use in the implementation of the NPC's Ontario Regulation 155-6, a regulation intended to reduce the negative impacts of natural hazards, including flooding. You'd like to do a recorded vote on that? I had a call for a recorded vote. Any comments or questions, Member Kaywell?
Can the items be separated and dealt with separately?
Oh, yes, they can be. We'll do a recorded vote on both then? Yeah, okay. We'll go through the list twice. I'll just go through I'll do a second one over here.
On the screen? No.
Do you, no, we can't do that right now, but do you have it in your...
Sure why we're separating. The first one is to receive the report.
So the first one is to receive the report. So I'll read them again. That report, FA 164, regarding Welland River floodplain update formal adoption be received for consideration. And 2, that the Welland River floodplain mapping update report and associated flood maps be approved for use in the implementation of NPCA's Ontario Regulation 155-6, a regulation intended to reduce the negative impacts of natural hazards, including flooding. So one's to receive, one's to approve. So on the receiving, we're going to do these separate because there's a request to do this separate. We're going to do this as a recorded vote. Member Beattie to receive. Member Beattie?
Yes.
Rick Brady. Brad Clark. Deborah Kuhn-Peterson's not here. Donna Cridland. Leah Fior. Rob Foster. Jack Hellinga. Diana Hewson. John Ingrayo. Brenda Johnson. Ken Kowal. Bruce McKenzie. John Metcalf. Bill Rapley. Rob Shurton. Ed Smith.
Yes.
Bill Steele. Mal Woodhouse. Brian Wright. Okay, on the approval portion. I vote yes. Sorry, just to tie that one off. You may speak. You may speak to. Yes, of course, you may speak to the second one. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So from the board's orientation session back in September, we heard about the 1985 study. We also heard about another study done in 2011. And then we've heard from Mr. Miller again about the current study, okay? Set aside the 1985 study, it's my understanding that the 2011 study showed flood elevation significantly higher along some areas of the Welland River, and that the current study shows flood elevation significantly lower than the 2011 study. Furthermore, it's my understanding that the 2011 study was peer-reviewed, and the current WSP study has not been peer-reviewed. And I think today we're being asked to approve the current WSP study and as the underlying science. I think this is a really critical decision for this board, as flood lines determine where the public can and cannot build. To the extent that we are incorrect on the flood lines and the public builds in an area that we said was safe and it floods, we, the board, are responsible. We therefore need to do our due diligence and ensure that ensure that the guidance we are approving is the very best based on the available science and modeling capability. At the June board meeting, Member Clark gave a very compelling narrative on the merits of a peer review, noting that the chief beneficiary of such a review was the board, the review being a very clear demonstration of exercising our due diligence. Based on that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion that includes everything in the motion, but adds the phrase, subject to a peer review and a report back to the board.
He's proposing an amendment. Do we have a seconder for that? Member Smith, on the amendment. Anybody wishing to speak? Member Hewson, Member Metcalf.
So I'm not in favor of this amendment. This has been 8 years in the working. We've had staff heavily involved in this. We've had, as we've seen, extensive public consultation and participation in this. I think it's time we move forward on this. So I'm not going to be in favor of the amendment.
Member Metcalf.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Did we not discuss this prior to that we weren't going to have the peer review because of the new modeling and the new information that we had moving forward? Because these two were so close together, and my memory escapes me now, but I'm pretty sure we had this healthy discussion of why we weren't going to have a peer review on this.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, and so on the amendment, I'm going to call the question on the amendment.
Sorry, pardon me. I think if we've already decided that we've done that we're not going to go the route of a peer review, then that's a motion of reconsideration. Yeah. I'm going through the minutes right now to see if that's in fact the case. This sort of somewhat caught me off guard, so I'm just going page by page now, so. If you want to deal with receipt, which is, I think the matter that was on the floor, was to deal with receipt of the report, you can certainly take that vote first.
We've done that. We've done that once. Yeah.
I don't recall the vote. Okay.
The other thing that we can just quickly simply do is take up a vote. Okay, hang on. Yeah, yeah, I know, correct. I realize that. Yeah, Member Cable. Go ahead.
I can help clarify. The item was deferred twice and then removed from the agenda, so it was never actually voted on.
How was it removed?
I'm going to, yes. We're entertaining a discussion. Go ahead.
I don't remember voting on this. I think that, although I respect what Member Hewson has said about, it's been 8 years and we have done the public interactions and things like that, this could be one of the most important decisions we make as a board for this organization. And so I think we need to get it right. I would hate to see us rush to just vote on this because we want it off the table. And that's my comment.
Yep. Then you know what? I'm going to make a ruling. I'm just going to make if any discussion on the amendment. I'm going to make a ruling that we go ahead and vote on it. Then we can put it to rest if you're comfortable with that. If you want to challenge the chair, that's your obligation. But on the amendment to get a peer review, that's the question that's before us. Call the question. All those in favor? Yeah, the amendment, yes. And opposed? And that amendment is clearly defeated. So we're back to the original motion that's before us, and that is, and I'll read it one more time for clarity, that the Welland River Floodplain Mapping Update Report and associated flood maps be approved for the use of implementation in the NPCA's Ontario Regulation 155-6, a regulation intended to reduce the negative impacts of natural hazards, including flooding. And that's a recorded vote, so I'm going to run through the list again, unless there's any other comments or questions on the motion as a whole. Seeing none, so I'm going to start with Member Beattie. Yes. Member Brady. Yes. Member Clark. Yes. Member Cridland. Yes. Member Fior. Yes. Member Foster. Yes. Member Hellinga. No. Member Hewson. Yes. Member Ingrail. Yes. Member Johnson.
Yes.
Member Kaywall. No. Member McKenzie. Yes. Member Metcalf. Yes. Member Rapley. Yes. Member Shurton. Yes. Member Smith.
No.
Member Steele.
Yes.
Member Woodhouse.
Yes.
Member Wright.
No.
And I myself vote yes. That is carried. Thank you very much. I have a presentation at this time. It's a PowerPoint presentation by none other than Mr. Miller regarding the Lake Erie November storm event summary. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, Mr. Ryan Kitchen couldn't be with us today. He sends his regrets. I just want to give a shout out. Mr. Kitchen is a key member of our flood forecasting morning team. What I've been asked to do today is provide a summary of the 2 storm events we've had in November that have impacted the Lake Erie shoreline. A bit of background. The Great Lakes watershed drains approximately 750,000 square kilometers, and the majority of water that makes its way into Lake Erie comes via Superior Huron, Michigan. The normal or static water level in Lake Erie is a function of a couple of things. The water that does flow from the upper Great Lakes, the amount of rain that falls on Lake Erie's watershed itself, and temperature, ice cover, they all play a function in the amount of water that evaporates from the Great Lake. Lake Erie normally fluctuates. It fluctuates seasonally, okay? It's at its highest, typically end of May, beginning of June, and at its lowest, typically mid-December. But it also fluctuates over a longer term. Every 30 to 40 years, we see these cycles of high water level and low water level. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And it's important to note that unlike Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, the flow through it is unregulated. Ontario Power Generation operations in no way impounds water in the lake, in no way controls the level of Lake Erie. They do in Lake Ontario via the Moses Saunders Power Dam. And we see this. Folks have been measuring the water levels on Lake Erie since 1860. Okay, and the scale, it's tough to read. That's about 4 feet from lowest to highest. And you get a sense as over the decades, every 30 or 40 years, we see highs, we see lows. The thoughts attributed to that, bigger picture, atmospheric conditions and what's happening in the Pacific and the Gulf Coast play a factor in the amount of rain or lack thereof that we get over this time frame. Okay, busy graph, but I'd like to draw your attention to the blue line. So this is the water level from 2011 to 2017, and you can see that it goes up in June, May, June, goes down in December, but what's the trend? Look at the trend here. The average water level is increasing. Okay, we're seeing this. We're on one of those 30-year upward trends. Okay, a couple of terms. A surge. A surge is when wind, typically from the southwest, actually pushes the water to one end of the lake. Fun fact, during a very extreme sustained wind, the difference in elevation measured at Buffalo, New York, and Toledo, Ohio, that difference could be 12 feet plus. Okay? A sèche is a fancy French term. When that wind stops blowing, the water starts sloshing back and forth, just like in a bathtub, to get back to its static level. And just a quick chart, we see Lake Erie is most prone of the Great Lakes to these surges, being shallow, long and shallow, oriented east to west. The prevailing winds in this part of the world are from the southwest. Okay? When do these surges typically happen? We see this graph. They typically happen from October through the winter, into the spring, into April. So fall, winter, spring is when it's most prone to see these lake events, lake surge events. So what happened? What happened? Halloween, wild night. Wild night. That's when the storm started. It proceeded into, throughout the night into the first. At the start of these events, Lake Erie is 2 feet above its average water level, just to start. Okay, we're 2 feet higher than it typically would be. On both those storm events, the one Halloween and the one we had November 27th, the Halloween one was the most intense. The surge rose, the lake rose 5.5 feet. On the 27th, it was 5 feet. It's still a significant event. Then in both those events, in both those storms, we had 6-foot waves on top of that. Okay? Just for context, the 100-year static water level is noted there, 176.8. So the surge came within 2 feet of that 100-year static water level, but then we had 6-foot waves on top of that. Tough graph to read. Let me just, what I'm trying to illustrate here, and this is interesting. No, laser, okay, laser. So these are all the events we see, fall, winter, we see the surges and how high these surges get, okay? The highest one on record was 1985, way up here. The next two, number 2 and 3, happened November of this year. Okay? We had another surge event in February of 2019, right here, but the lake had ice cover on it. The ice cover served to dampen that surge effect. Okay? The sheer weight of the ice prevented the water from getting as high as it typically would. So what happened? All across our watershed, from Haldeman, Lowbanks, all the way to Fort Erie, we've seen flooding. Mohawk Point Road, we see Lowbanks by Hutchinson Road, backwater flooding. Niagara Parkway was closed. Thunder Bay over in Fort Erie. 6 Mile Creek discharges into Lake Erie at this point. The water from Lake Erie, the waves were able to progress up 6 Mile Creek about half a kilometer and flood out the neighborhood north of Thunder Bay Road, Shirley Ave, all in that area. Property damage. Where folks didn't have storm shutters, the windows and doors were blown out. You can see the advantage of storm shutters here. Okay, we've had some damage on the storm shutter. It certainly protected the structure, but take a look at the concrete foundation. This structure was blown off its foundation. Erosion. We've seen that all the way through. Wainfleet, Haldeman, Fort Erie. Shore walls destroyed. The interesting thing about this storm event is the size of the cobbles. We had 4 to 6 inch size rocks thrown up during both these events. We see Lowbanks Cemetery, okay? Your typical cemetery, headstones. Look at it now. Municipalities had their plows out, plowing, snow plows out, plowing the road of cobbles. It's actually quite dangerous to be anywhere near the lakeshore during these events. All right, this is a segue into something called alertable, okay? An exciting advance in the Conservation Authority's ability to provide our flood forecasting and warning program. Alertable is a system downloaded free on your mobile device that allows the Conservation Authority, for the first time, to send out our flood messages, our flood bulletins, to people directly. Okay, before, we issued emails to first responders, municipalities, the media, and we would have to wait for the media to inform folks of what's happening. Now, with Alertable, a downloadable app through Google Play or Apple Store, on your device, those messages, we're still emailing them out, but those messages can be transmitted directly to your device. So you can get immediate, timely information as to what's happening, where it's happening, and information on your phone as to what to do about it, how long this event is anticipated to happen. Alertable has been around. It's been around for a number of years, especially out west. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Northwest Territories, they see such value in it that the provincial government itself has bought the license for the entire province and has disseminated those sublicenses to its member municipalities. This system was used successfully during the Fort McMurray wildfires and the Calgary floods. This system is one of the only systems that is compliant with the federal government's Alert Ready system. That's the system that wakes you up at 4 in the morning, Amber Alert, missing child. This system is the same one. If we see, heaven forbid, let me knock on wood, Binbrook Dam failing, we can send our message, not just through Alertable, but it would go onto the Canada-wide Alert Ready system, warning folks of imminent danger. And this is just a schematic showing how emergency officials can provide their message, whether it's through Alertable. Not just the Conservation Authority has the ability to do that. By the way, the Conservation Authority, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, is the first conservation authority in Ontario. first conservation authority in Ontario to utilize this system. It's proven, it's effective, and the segue was the November 27th storm event. We rolled it out, okay? We sent out a flood message, a flood warning, geographically targeted. That's the other advantage of this. Everyone within a half kilometer of the Lake Erie shoreline was targeted with this message. So if you're rolling in, you have alertable on your phone, rolling into Port Colborne, getting close to the lakeshore, boom, the message pops up on your phone. So we're able to better target our flood messages in order to avoid that wide scatter. Folks stop listening to messages, emergency messages that don't apply to them. Along with that is analytics, okay? We can have a full suite of how many people have this system, how many people have engaged with it, how many people have used it. We're very excited, and we're light years ahead today of where we were a month ago in an effort to keep our watershed residents safe from natural hazards. And thank you. Be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any comments or questions? Member Smith.
I'm wondering, coincidentally, I just met with some citizens this past week about a project, the Lakewood Easter Seals project along the Lake Erie shore. And I know that these storm events caused a lot of damage along that shoreline. I'm wondering, when something like that happens, are we somehow involved or responsible for something like that, like through our alerting systems, or if we fail in some way? What's the degree of culpability for the NPCA when a tragic event happens? Does anybody know that?
It's through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question, Member Smith. We do, much like floodplain mapping, we do have Great Lakes hazard mapping along both Lake Erie and Lake Ontario shorelines. We do know the elevation of the 100-year static storm event on Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. We do know the extent of the wave uprush hazard, where that is. We do know where the dynamic beaches are, and we do know where the erosion hazard is, the limit that the Great Lakes shoreline is expected to erode over the next 100 years. All that's known, and much like floodplain mapping, when folks look to develop in and around that hazard, the Conservation Authority's policies dictate what can and can't happen. Development is typically directed outside of that hazard, or that hazard, in the case of the Great Lakes shoreline, needs to be mitigated. Construction of a shore wall, for instance. So we understand where those hazards are, and these two storm events that happened reiterated the extent of the mapping. The extent of flooding and the extent of the cobbles that were thrown up were as expected, as delineated in our floodline maps. It wasn't a surprise as to what and where it occurred. Okay, we already know that. This is this alertable. A lot of folks love water. Folks love water, right? They want to build a cottage by water. Folks live within that hazard. This is an attempt to help protect folks already living within that hazard.
Thank you for the answer.
I guess I'm more interested in, so let me speak about that specific project. We gave approvals. The citizens of Wainfleet that I spoke with said all of the lines we had drawn were wrong, and basically the Fowler toads habitat and things like that were washed away. What my question is in a situation like this, when we give approvals and we get it wrong. So I don't want to talk about the specifics of Lakewood or any specific project. I'm just asking generally, what is our legal responsibility in situations like that, where we say you can build along this shoreline under the following conditions, and we get it wrong, what's our degree of legal responsibility as a CA?
Please, I'm going to pass to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Member Smith. We do our floodplain mapping in accordance with provincial policy, and we establish our lines according to appropriate modeling and the provincial policy statement. So if a member at any time thinks that there has something been done incorrectly, they have the right to challenge the authority, and I mean legally challenge the authority. The authority would then need to defend itself. Municipalities would also be involved in that because they utilize those lines for their official plan process. And most likely the province would also be involved in any challenges on those lines. So we believe the lines are defendable. As Mr. Miller said, they are the best lines that we have available at this point in time that are done in accordance with provincial regulations, and it would have to take the due course if it becomes challenged.
Member Brady?
The town of Fort Erie probably experienced the largest part of that particular storm. And in that case, I'll let you know the damage that occurred. The new beach that we opened up, Bay Beach, where we used the floodplain information that the Conservation Authority provided and put in the appropriate protection mechanisms accorded with it, was not damaged at all. Certainly, water flew onto areas, and certainly there was some cobble, as you saw, and brooms, and that sort of took care of that. But the beach itself and its integrity is still in place. Yes, there were dunes that had been established for protection of the Fowler's toads that were eliminated. But that's what happens with dunes along Lake Erie. They come and they go. A little further along, there's Waverly Beach, where we have a recreation trail that goes along through there, and there was some damage done there, and it's about $2 million worth of damage, and we're talking to the province of Ontario about some assistance in reestablishing that particular recreational trail. And then further along, you have damage that was done to the wall that the Niagara Parks Commission has in association with their large holdings associated with where Lake Erie becomes the Niagara River. But with the exception of the Shirley Avenue area, which is an old historic subdivision, which was built in a floodplain, probably shouldn't have been, but it was many, many years ago, houses weren't damaged. And so the break walls that have been put in place along Lake Erie, they did what they were supposed to do.
Thank you for that. And, and Member Metcalf.
Just a quick comment. I do know that our provincial representative for Alderman Norfolk is tabling a private members bill, or has, that will be debated when they get back into session come March, February. It's called the Lake Erie Protection and Promotion Bill. So maybe something coming out of that might give future promise or hope to the residents and projects along Lake Erie, especially in the Alderman Norfolk area anyway. I don't know what's happening down the Niagara area, but I do know that our provincial representative has tabled, like I say, the private members bill.
Okay, thank you for that information. Any other questions for Mr. Miller? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Miller. I have a motion moved by Member Sherton, seconded by Member Steele. The PowerPoint presentation by Steve Miller, Senior Manager, Water Resource Lake Erie November Storm Event Summary be received. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor and opposed, and that's carried. At this time, we have I'd like to call on Renee Bisson to make her presentation regarding communications as a video campaign.
Check, check. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd first like to provide some context for the board members this morning. You may recall a certain letter that was sent out by Minister Urick regarding Bill 108. And not too long afterwards, near the end of September, Conservation Ontario held a conference call with all of the communications teams across the 36 conservation authorities. As a group, it was decided that we would all reach out to our closest partners to assist with a public awareness campaign called We Are Conservation. The goal of this campaign was to help build local support and educate our community on the value of conservation authorities' programs and services, but from the perspective of our partners in conservation, and most importantly, in their own words. The NPCA's campaign launched 2 weeks ago on December 3rd, and I'd like to take this moment to thank Erica Navarro, our communications specialist, for her hard work on this project. We are very happy with the final product, and it's currently trending very well. We are on track to hit our goal of 120,000 impressions, and as of this morning, we are at 100,530 impressions with a 2.09 engagement rate, which is quite high. The average for sponsored content on social media is simply 0.8, so we are well above that. Some other interesting stats: we've had 2,100 total tweets, 1,700 link clicks, 76 retweets, which is very high, 10 replies, and 16 new followers. So without further ado, Mr. Chair, we hope you all enjoy We Are Conservation.
So I find they would just get more disconnected from nature which would be detrimental to everyone, because everything that we need to survive comes from the outdoors. And that's something that we always try to teach the kids. The first step is getting them to love it, and then once they love the outdoors, maybe they'll feel empowered to look after it.
I'm Brett Harrington. I am Joe Bradley.
I'm Liz Kirk. My name is Quinn Voss.
And together with the NPCA,
We are conservation.
Oh, all right.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Renee and Erica, for that. It seems like it's just stunning to be in this room here, and just, I don't know if you guys noticed, the snow is just falling so wonderful. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It's Christmas miracle. We'll yeah. You know what? We can have a round of singing. At this time, I'm going to leave my post. I'm going to come up to the podium. I would like at this time to give best wishes to our own Miss Gail Wood. As we approach the end of 2019, it is appropriate to take stock of progress and accomplishments. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has undertaken a thorough review of past shortcomings, present realities, and future goals. The transformation has been well received by stakeholders, citizens, and partners. It is evident that the current board of directors took their role seriously to direct that change. How did that change happen? Via an agent of impeccable reputation, skill, and experience to navigate this new course. The NPCA has tremendous gratitude that Gail Wood stepped into the role and ably led the organization in this correct direction. Gail agreed to take this role immediately in March with little regard for her own concerns, but for the environment and the role conservation plays in our natural heritage. She conducted herself with zeal, fortitude, while navigating the countless challenges that faced the organization. On behalf of the board of directors and staff of the authority, we wish to commend Gail publicly on a job well done. We wish her and husband Doug a season of well-earned refreshment and much success in future endeavors. Already, Gail has stepped forward to be a voluntary board member of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Foundation to help realize its full potential, and has also been recognized as the Canadian co-chair of the International Joint Commission for the Great Lakes. It has been a delight, an absolute delight. I'm going to go off script here. It's been an absolute honor and a delight to work with you, Gail. And the citizens of the watershed owe you much respect and gratitude. I'd like to, at this time, call you forward. Come up. You know, there's that formal part, but at the end of the day, Gail is a real person. Gail provided encouragement to the staff and guidance to the board, and I'm kind of overwhelmed, really. 2019 is say, complex year. But I found it a great privilege to have been able to work alongside Gil on this. So, give you a talk.
When I looked at the agenda for today, I always sign off on the agenda before it goes over to the chair. And this item was not on the agenda before it went over to the chair. And I said, Grant, what happened here? And he said, somebody of a higher authority than him put it on the agenda for today. I am overwhelmed. I don't want to take a long time out of your meeting. I do want to thank a number of people, all of you in the room, really. I want to start with the staff because I love them. They are a joy to work with, a privilege to work with. They have always had my back. We've had a lot of laughs, and we've worked, I think, very hard over the past year, but they have been a wonderful, wonderful delight for me, Mr. Chair, and I can't commend them high enough to you as a board of directors. So thank you to all of the staff, that some that are here today and some that are back at the office working. Next, I'd like to thank what I call the first board of directors. They're the ones that hired me, really sight unseen. I was in Florida when I put forward my application for consideration, and it was the first board. A lot of them didn't know me and took a chance on hiring me and to see the authority through a transition. And I'm eternally grateful to that board of directors, including one of them that I think is here from the past, our now president of or chair of the foundation. Thank you, Tom, for coming out today. Thank you. I do remember my first meeting with the chair and the vice chair. We had a breakfast meeting the first day that I went to work, and Diana and Dave, you were so embracing and really just welcome to the authority, Gail. And you have been a guidepost for me in the very early days. And just as a quick little aside, and it's just how life happens in a career, but I ended up working on my anniversary and also on my birthday. And my chair brought me flowers on my anniversary because the flowers were actually for me to give my husband, who was back home, but the chair did that for me. On my birthday, they brought me a little plant, and Member Steele, I will never forget working on my birthday, presenting the budget to Niagara Region, and having the mayor, Regional Councillor Steele, stand up and have everybody sing me happy birthday in front of the regional cameras. So thank you for that. It's all a part of being a family, isn't it? It really is. It has been a joy to work with my first board of directors here and to you, the current board. And I wish you all great success as you're moving forward into 2020. I want to end, Mr. Chair, by thanking the community, and some of them are here, a few of them left. I want to thank the community. They have been very welcoming. They've been very challenging at times as well, and they should be. I want to thank the community for embracing me coming back into the watershed and working. I want to thank our municipalities. To Niagara Region members here, I want to tell you that Sunday morning I woke up to an email from the Commissioner of Finance. Todd wished me well, but he also thanked us for reestablishing our financial relationship with them. And as I said, this isn't me. This is the team. this is the team that has done that. But I was very heartwarmed that I would get that kind of email from the Commissioner of Finance. It's a testament to the fact that we've bridged gaps with our municipalities. So I want to thank our municipalities, and I do want to thank our media. Communications team, I really think we've turned around our image. This is amazing. Heartwarming to see this in my last board meeting with you. And I just want to end by saying, Mr. Chair, and to all of you, it's been a great, great privilege. The privilege has been mine. It's bittersweet because I love this authority. But I can assure you, and I will tell you in my comments later, that you are in very, very good hands with your new CAO, and I wish you all the very best for 2020. So thank you very much.
We're not quite done yet. Not quite done yet. I'm going to call up former member in Cinna, but also the current chair of the foundation. He's got a couple of words that he'd like to say.
Yeah, just a few. That's why you're here this morning with your tie on. Oh, no, just I wanted to see you off, too. Okay, all right. Thank you. I will keep this very short. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. When Gail first arrived, it was one of those that I saw her, and my first impression was, wow, she's bubbly, she's energetic, enthusiastic, and has a huge smile on her face. Most of the time. Well, most of the time. As you've progressed, I've watched as you brought together the staff of the NPCA and given them the opportunity to do their jobs without reprisal or repercussion. And you did a great job. You have been a guiding light to the authority, and now, as a member of the foundation, yes, we're glad to have you back on our team now. So I would say to the board, you haven't seen the last of Gail. We will be back before you, I believe, in early 2020 to tell you all about the foundation, all about the progress we have made, the direction we're going, our strategic plan that we've set out. So on behalf of the board, or on the foundation, on behalf of Rob, Mickey, can't forget Mickey. Mickey.
and myself.
Thank you, Mickey.
Just something for you. It is the Comfort Maple pen.
Oh.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Does everybody know about the Comfort Maple pen?
It's written on the front of the box. I think it's written on the front of the box, too.
It's written on the front of the box. This pen is very, very unique, and it's special as it was made from the wood that was pruned from the Comfort Maple. Everybody knows about our Comfort Maple. The tree that was a sapling when Christopher Columbus came to Canada. It's located in Pelham. The tree is recognized as the finest and oldest sugar maple in Canada at approximately 541 years old. I'm almost the same age. Okay, so the wood was pruned for repair and health by the NPCA and was made into a pen by Turner Marv Enns, who I just had a chance to meet the other day when he brought a new crop of pens into the office. So these are truly a precious piece and in a one-of-a-kind instrument, and I could not be more delighted. Mr. Chair, thank you for the beautiful picture, and Mr. Chair of the foundation, oh my goodness, thank you. This is unique. There's no other pen like this. There's different types of wood and different burls and character, but this is absolutely stunning. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Look at the thorn between the two roses. How's that? Sorry, I just one more thing, if I might. I am a big believer that, as I said, the privilege has been mine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to leave you with a token of my appreciation. You may know that, sorry? You may know, you can see up in the left-hand corner there that the tulip leaf has been our logo of the authority for many, many years. The heart, it's the heart of the authority. It's a member of the magnolia family. You might not know a lot about the tulip leaf and the tulip tree. It's easily identified, obviously, by its unique shape and also its beautiful flowers if you've never seen a tulip tree in bloom. It's said to be one of Canada's most distinctive trees. Tulip tree grows more abundantly in the Niagara Peninsula than anywhere else in Ontario. There's no other leaf quite this shape, and the tree produces the flowers, which I said are open after the leaves are formed, usually in late spring in the months of May and June. Well, I was visiting the chair's business the other day, and I saw 2 pieces of tulip wood, and I wanted to purchase them and give them back to the Conservation Authority. So this is tulip wood. In our boardroom in the office, we all know we're trying to get rid of plastic, right? Well, we've got our glasses on a plastic tray. And Mr. Chair, to you and Madame Vice Chair, please. I wanted to donate this beautiful piece of tulip so that we can put our glasses on that in the boardroom rather than a plastic tray. And Adam, Mr. Acting Manager, please come forward. We have such a fabulous facility here. Adam has just updated the small little boardroom. You have no place for glasses in there either, but I thought a lovely piece of tulip wood might be nice in your boardroom. So my heart is with this organization, and thank you so much for the opportunity to serve. Thank you. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Bear with us. It's an exciting day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to switch gears slightly, and I would like to acknowledge our longest-serving member of the NPCA at this time. Mickey said, "I can't stand, I won't stand, so you can stay right there, sir, and please indulge me." Dominic Mickey DeFrucio has been a member of the NPCA Board of Directors since 1994. He has been a proud representative of the City of Thorold during his tenure and has always been an advocate for water, nature, conservation, and the monarch butterfly. Mickey is also a member of the NPCA Foundation and will continue to be on the Foundation Board after his departure from this NPCA Board. Mickey has brought forward initiatives that included the St. John's Pond Trout Season Opener and the Wild Game Dinner Fundraiser. He attended many NPCA events as he could and was known for bringing gifts and food into the office for staff and his fellow board members. And he even mentioned that he wanted to bring some today. His basil, milkweed plants, and sweets were always appreciated by everyone who received them. Mickey has donated hundreds of trees to the NPCA over the years and has been an advocate for the monarch butterfly and other pollinators. In recent years, the NPCA board approved the Mickey DeFrucio and Family Legacy Pollinator Project, which sees pollinator gardens installed throughout the watershed in Mickey's name. Mickey, Your legacy as a member of the NPCA Board of Directors will be remembered for many years to come, and you will be greatly missed by staff, the board, and the community that you serve. Thank you sincerely for your time, your passion, and your generosity. The following plaque: 25 years of service, 1994-2019, presented to Dominic Mickey DeFrucio, with sincere appreciation for your dedicated years of service with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority Board of Directors. A time to look back with admiration on the significant contribution you have made to your community. Long live the monarch butterfly from your NPCA family. We also have a photograph of Balls Falls, also presented to Mickey. We've also received a lifetime pass to all the Conservation Authority parks.
Mickey, we also have purchased something very special for you. There is an organization called Monarch Watch, and we have ordered a special sign that is going to go on your yard as a wayfinding sign that shows that your property is a stop along the Monarch Migration Trail. So it recognizes the fact that you grow milkweed and all kinds of other vegetation on your property to help the monarch. And we've ordered a sign, and when it comes in, we're going to bring it to your house and put it on your front lawn, okay?
There you go, Mickey.
Thank you very much. I want to recognize someone here. When I first appointed to the board by Mr. Mel Woodhouse, he started all this, and it's funny. It's a funny thing now. He put me on the board in 1994, and now in 2019, he's on the board. So you got to congratulate Mel as well. Anyway, I just want to. I don't want to bring up all of the achievements and everything. They done all that for me. I want to thank Mel personally and publicly for appointing me. And the one thing that I did on the board that I'm proud of is in the 24 years that up to 2019, I never strayed from my mandate. My mandate was for the Conservation Authority, and I never voted on any projects unless it was good for I thought it was good for the conservation. And the other thing that I was proud, I spent 24 years, I missed only 3 meetings. 2 meetings I was away on a biennial tour. I was a delegate on the biennial tour. And the third one was I had surgery at the time. So anyway, I want to personally thank all of staff and the staff that was there when I was with Renee and Kim, and I can go on, and I'll always forget somebody. So this includes all of the staff and all of this board. And I have a message for this board. You are sitting on a most prestige organization. Never mind what went on in the past. Every organization, every council, every mayor, there's always controversy and stuff like that. But it all comes out in the wash. So be very proud, as I am, to sit on this board, because it's a real privilege. And there's people here, I just don't want to single out anybody, but there's one here from the previous board, what I was sitting on, who always respected me and always helped me with some of the projects, and that's board member Stu. And thank you, Stu. I also want to thank Dave and Gail and all the executive for doing this for me. You know, there's other people not sitting on this board that are doing things for the monarch butterfly. But this is one of the greatest things that took off with this board. This board recognized the first pollinating garden that my wife and my family planted out here with the chairman at that time, who was Tim. That's as far as I'll go on them. Anyway, after that first pollinating garden, it took off. It took off. And there's pollinating gardens all over the peninsula now, and it's gone to the shopping centers. The last one was at the Penn Center. And at that time, when we were planting the garden at the Penn Center, I asked them if they would put beehives on the roof of the Penn Center. And they said, well, why is that? Why do you want it on the roof? Well, I said, if you put it on here in the parking islands, you're going to have children running around, and they're going to get stung by the bees, and then they're going to sue the Penn Center. No, that could happen. That could happen. I said, put it on the roof. Nobody can going to climb up the roof, and then you can sell the honey. So that's what they're going to do. Last year, I read about in Vancouver where they're putting pollinating gardens in golf courses. And I talked to Renee about that, and it looks like I think she's going to carry on that we put pollinating gardens in all the golf courses in this watershed. We have to help. We have to help the monarch butterfly. There's one other part of wildlife that I would like to see is the piping plover. Now, they're putting little islands on the beaches here and there, and they have a big one on Wasaga Beach, because the piping plover, I think there's only a couple of hundred left. Anyway, if we could put one if we could put one at Rolf's in Port Lucie, you know, that you already got a protected area. So maybe the authority can look at putting one there. It's only a little island, like a snow fence, and a couple of big rocks, and some plants. And they, if there's any around, they'll nest. So that's one of the things we got to do. And we as an, I say we, as an authority, there's not enough going on that I can see unless I'm being misinformed. We're not doing enough for wildlife for all the properties that we have. We've got to do more for wildlife. And we got to keep our farmlands and fruitlands. If you want to get cheap vegetables, you just have to look. You just have to look out the window driving to Toronto. What do you see? You don't see Lake Ontario anymore. You know? And that's one of the things that's coming. And the other, we don't protect our fruits and vegetables and agricultural lands, you're going to walk into the supermarket and you're going to buy everything offshore that's been shipped a month ago. You'll never get any fresh vegetables. So protect what we have and protect our wildlife. And
All right, thank you,
and
Mickey.
now I want to.
We have to keep going on with our meeting. We have to keep moving with our meeting, okay? Thank you so much.
I want to thank you, Doug, for what you've done for me here today. I recognize it.
Thank you very much for that, and what a way to conclude 2019. At this time, we're moving on in our agenda, and I have a motion moved by Member Shurton, seconded by Member Steele, that the following minutes be adopted and the recommendations therein approved. A is the minutes of the full authority meeting dated November 20, 2019. B is the closed session minutes of the full authority meeting dated November 20, 2019 to remain private and confidential. C, the minutes of the special full authority meeting dated December 4, 2019. D, the closed session minutes of the special full authority meeting dated December 4, 2019 to remain private and confidential. E, the minutes of the CAO selection committee meeting dated November 25th, 2019. F, the minutes of the closed session of the CAO selection committee meeting dated November 25th, 2019 remain private and confidential. And G, the approval of the minutes of the public advisory committee meeting dated November 28th, 2019. Any comments or questions? Member Hewson.
Just a correction, the November 20th records that I left the meeting at 12:28. I actually stayed for the entire duration of that meeting.
Okay.
And I've let Grant know.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor and opposed, and that's carried. I have a motion moved by Member Steele, seconded by Member Shurton, that the minutes of the Governance Committee meeting dated December 13 be adopted as tabled and the recommendations therein approved. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, although, Member Hellinga? Yeah.
The governance meeting had approved, or the governance committee had approved the whistleblower. Can we speak to that?
That's the next motion.
Okay. I'll address it then.
Excellent. So any other comments or questions? All those in favor and opposed, and that's carried. So as Member Hellinga was pointing out, There was a whistleblower policy developed at the Governance Committee, moved by Member Metcalf, seconded by Member Kaywall, that report FA 173-19 re whistleblower policy be received, and that the whistleblower policy attached as Appendix 1 to report FA 173-19 be approved. Any comments or questions? Member Hellinga.
The region of Niagara has just approved a similar, not a policy, but a review and a report on a whistleblower policy. And my suggestion would be that our policy be an interim policy and be reviewed again when the region has theirs finalized, and possibly even work with our staff, work with the region to massage the two policies into a uniform policy.
Maybe the governance chair would like to speak to that.
I believe our staff looked at a number of whistleblower protection policies across the province. The City of Hamilton was one of the first municipalities in Canada to implement it. We have to bear in mind, and I appreciate the suggestion, but the NPCA is a conservation authority. It's not a department of the region of Niagara. We have different whistleblower protection bylaw in Hamilton than we do in Niagara. So what we've tried to do is implement a policy that really meets our needs here and not make it too complicated. So I'm fine that we've looked at all of the other policies around, and this is what we've come up with. Once Niagara Region does it next year, we can obviously compare the two and see if there's any needed improvements, but I don't think they should be mirroring each other. We will never get the exact same policy for all three member municipalities for the NPCA.
So I hope that answers your question, but if you want to proceed with an amendment, then I have to hear that a little bit clearly at this point, and then I'll look for a seconder.
It was a suggestion that after the region finalizes theirs, that we review ours, and that this be, I really feel that we do need a whistleblower policy immediately, and this one should be in place for the interim, with a suggestion to review in the future.
Okay, I'm going to go to Member Smith, Member Foster, and I see Member Hewson. Member Smith?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I guess in alliance with what Member Hellinga is saying, I would point out that one thing we did discuss at the Governance Committee is the fact that there may be some, I'm going to use the word shortfalls, but I'm sure it's the wrong word, but there may be some weaknesses or some areas for tweaking in our policy, but it's very important that we get a policy out there and that we be seen to be moving on this issue. But one of the things we definitely did discuss at the Governance Committee was the fact that as a small organization, it can be hard for, if we go back to the worst case scenario where, let's say there wasn't trust in CAO and the board, then it can be very hard for staff to have faith in their whistleblower policy and to have faith in the fact that if they come forward with a complaint, that complaint is going to be honored, first of all, and that their privacy is going to be honored. So certainly we did discuss and acknowledge that there may be a role for closer alliance with the Niagara region's policies once we have a look at what the Niagara region does. And again, to reflect what Member Clark said, it's not that we're looking for the exact same policy, but there may be some advantages we can take out of theirs when the time comes.
Member Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things about policies and where I'll agree with the other member is that these things should be looked at regularly. And I don't think we need to be tying this into the motion in any way, shape, or form. This is a natural part of what we have to do as a committee. And I appreciate Member Clark's comments too. It's really great that Hamilton has whistleblower policies in place, and that's worked really well for them. So we're looking forward to having ours in place at the region. Thank you.
We'll keep the political, yeah. Okay, now the hands are flying up. I have Member Houston.
I think a very simple fix for this would be that once the region's report comes back and we land on something, we could easily circulate it to the Conservation Authority and then refer it to the Governance Committee for review and determine if any adjustments are necessary. But I do agree, you know, as we stand right now, there's a gap at this organization in terms of having a policy on this, and it's really important for us to be decisive here and say that this is a priority for this board and we need to put something in place today.
Madam CAO would like to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, staff are in the throes, if you will, of completing a table of all of our policies, and we will be recommending to the board in the new year a review of when each policy would be appropriate to have each policy reviewed, and you can take a look at that in the new year.
Member Woodhouse.
Oh, thank you. I guess that's one of the things when you come from Thorold, you're always the one without a microphone, you know. We're kind of coin Mickey's thing, we're a little disadvantaged, but I think the report is clear. It says it will be reviewed annually, and the CAO has indicated that there's a process in place to make that happen. My question is, if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, is the relationship to what the findings are. If there's an indication of illegal activity, for example, at what point do the police service become involved? Because none of us are professional investigators, and if there's any indication of illegal activities.
Mr. Chair, would Christine?
I'm going to go to our HR journalist.
Through you, Chair, to Member Woodhouse. For each of, you'll notice in the policy there's a chart for who the appropriate authority is to investigate any complaints. So part of the role of that authority, once they have findings, would be to determine who that would be referred to, which, if that committee believes that it should go to the legal authorities, then it would be referred there.
Okay, I did see that, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for that. I just want to ensure, and this may be something that can be reviewed, and when we look at revisions, in terms of clear direction, in terms of what findings they have and outside authorities transferring these complaints. So I'd ask that be considered. Thank you.
I have Member Johnson.
Thank you. First of all, I read the policy. I think it's done well, very well. I want to give a big, huge thank you to the Governance Committee for taking on such files such as the whistleblower. I think they've done an extremely good job, and I think we all agree policies are always under review. But I like the policy as it is right now, and I'm ready to support it today.
Member Wright. Pass. Any other members? Member Fiore.
I'll echo some of my other members. I'm in great support of this, and I really do appreciate point 3, especially mention of that very sensitive area of the difference between unethical and illegal, but being able to bring ethics into this policy I think is really important. So thanks for your hard work on that.
Okay. Member Houston.
Just real quick, is this retroactive to staff who have been at the Conservation Authority, or it's a policy that moves forward with present members and staff? Because I think there's an implication.
So through you, Chair, the policy is applicable to anyone who is aware of any unethical or illegal activity. So the policy does state that anyone can bring anything forward as soon as they're aware of it. As far as timelines of who it would be applicable to or when it would be applicable to, I think that would go to the appropriate authority who would then determine how to move forward with any response that came forward.
Standing is as soon as the policy is in place, it's effective. And it doesn't have timelines, and it's just a question of new operating procedure. But Member Metcalf. Yeah.
You seem to keep missing me every now and then. I guess, pardon. Start it off. I guess what that comment was, is it retroactive? So, like you say, it's a policy that's in place moving forward.
Yeah.
So that it, and that's why I brought it up, because when I first started here, it seemed to be a culture of people were afraid to bring things forward for reprisals and everything else. So now that we have the policy in place, I'm with Member Johnson that let's move on it.
Yeah. A recorded vote. It's been called. We'll undertake that at this time. Member Beattie.
Yes.
Member Brady. Member Clark.
Probably yes.
Member Cridland. Oh, she's got, sorry, yeah, she's. Member Fior.
Yes.
Member Foster.
Yes.
Member Hellinga.
Yes.
Member Houston.
Yes.
Member Ingrao.
Yes.
Member Johnson.
Yes.
Member Kaywall. Member McKenzie.
Yes.
Member Metcalf.
Yes.
Member Rapley.
Yes.
Member Shurton.
Yes.
Member Smith.
Yes.
Member Steele.
Yes.
Member Woodhouse.
Yes.
Member Wright.
Yes.
And myself is a yes. Unanimous. Thank you very much. So now we go to chair's remarks right before we go to, okay. At this time, I'm going to enter a couple of comments into the record. I'll do this as quickly as I can. Immediately following our 20th meeting on November the 20th, on the 21st, the CAO, myself, and Lise Gagnon, Director of Corporate Services, made a presentation to a workshop and subsequent committee, budget committee at the region. We were well received. There was some discussion that ensued, but generally speaking, the region felt that their questions were answered. And subsequent to that, the region supported our budget request of them. It included a roughly 5% increase to capital projects to maintain our special levy, as well as obviously our mandate that we submit to the region for. On the 25th, Member Steele of this and the CEO Selection Committee met. Those minutes were included in your presentation, and a proposal came out of that to have our December 4th special council meeting where presentations were made and interviews were had. On the 28th, we did have the final meeting of the Watershed Committee of the Welland River, and thank you again to those gentlemen. They were acknowledged. Also later on in that day, there was a meeting of the Public Advisory Committee that met, and the new members were included in that meeting as well. And a presentation was made to that committee to engage the Public Advisory Committee in our climate change emergency initiatives so that they can mull that over and form a strategic plan from the perspective of our community. On the 4th, we did hold that special board meeting. Subsequent to that, for the next 8 days or so, there was negotiations, and it led to the announcement on the 13th that Chandra Sharma has taken the role as the new CAO and will be effective on January the 1st, although she's been engaged with staff and with Madam CAO in terms of the transition that's going to take place. On the 9th of December, Director of Corporate Services of Lise Gagnon and myself met with Haldeman staff and we're engaged with the mayor and the staff there they had little concerns with respect to the apportionment for them, and they were very appreciative of the new flavor of negotiations and presentations that NPCA staff has made. They feel that the dialogue is fulsome, and lines of communication are open. On the 13th, the Governance Committee did meet, and the recommendations are before us today. One of them was already the whistleblower policy, and very thankful for Chair, the Governance Committee, and the members of the committee who've done good work through the course of the year of righting the ship. And Monday morning, the 16th, I had an opportunity to make an introduction to the staff of the NPCA of Ms. Chandra Sharma. Ms. Sharma is very well received, and she had an opportunity to also speak to the staff and mingle with them at subsequent social times and lunch and those kind of things. So the transition that 2019 is continuing, and I'm really pleased at what we've been able to accomplish in 2019. Of course, you know, emotional highs and lows, but I really couldn't be more pleased where we are. There were doubts in the community that we would accomplish as much as we did, but because of the effectiveness of the board and the cooperation with the staff through the agency of Ms. Gail Wood, I think we're in a fine condition moving into 2020. Those conclude my comments. Are there any comments or questions that people have about an item that I brought up? Yes. Member Kaywall?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on the comments you made with respect to the budget presentation to Niagara Region. You may recall at our board meeting in October, when our capital budget was being approved by this board, one of the biggest risks that the CAO pointed out was our capital asset program, the poor shape it was in, and that it needed attention. You probably will also recall that we had a lot of discussion around this table about the individual projects as to whether they were must-do or nice-to-do, and I think staff were very clear in emphasizing that these were must-do projects, the accumulation of a number of years of significantly underspending the capital budget. I was really disappointed that what we presented to Niagara Regional Council was a capital program showing that of the $1.98 million approved by this board, some $1.1 million or 66% could not be accommodated by Niagara Region. Okay? Ironically, at the same time, Niagara Region were dealing with their years of deferred investments in infrastructure. According to the regional CAO, needed capital investment were deferred year after year, contributing to a backlog of required infrastructure investments that the region now needs to address. It was exactly the same story at the NPCA. It was the same group of councillors doing the same thing to the NPCA capital program, and we never made that point to the region. At the region, they have acknowledged the problem and are fixing that backlog. At the NPCA, I think we continue to believe we can defer and starve our capital program. I was really disappointed that we did not present our case to Niagara Regional Council. That case being that we are much more fiscally responsible, that our capital reserves also, although depleted in 2019, we did not look to replenish them in the 2020 budget, that we chose not to ask for a contribution to Niagara's land reserve, and that 1.1 million in projects that they refused to accommodate was sorely needed due to underspending in our capital program. I found by comparison Niagara Regional Police Services presented a budget in excess of the region's guidelines, argued their case, and were supported by Regional Council. The underfunding that this has caused is more than double the amount remaining in our capital reserves. I think that we've created an extremely large financial challenge for this organization, and by not speaking up and making our case. I'm also well aware that discussions are yet to happen with the City of Hamilton, and this will likely exacerbate our financial situation. Ironically, this past week, in approving Niagara Region capital budget, one councillor warned fellow councillors about constantly raiding the reserves for funding. They were quoted as saying, at some point, taxes will have to go up to replenish the reserves. I really wish we'd communicated that to our funding partners. Thank you.
I'm just going to make a comment because I was there. I think what you'll find if you do the analysis is, there's a guidance of 2% that was given to all the ABCs. But recognizing the exact same thing that you're saying, that there's been underfunding and shortfalls and deferments, that you mentioned the police board came back with a 5% increase because it's necessary. You also, as I mentioned in my notes, that the NPCA also went with a 5%, which was 5.9%, which was also received and approved, and the region overall has approved roughly about the same proportion. So we're in lockstep with the other agencies, boards, and the region as a whole, trying to rebuild the organizations that have been somewhat mistreated over a number of years. And so your point is valid, and it's taken, and it's part of the dialogue, but at the same time, the members of the region, the members of the police board, as you mentioned, and the NPCA are recognizing that we have a public that also needs to be eased into this rebuilding structure. We need to form partnerships with them, and we do that through collaboration, cooperation, and a level of compromise. And so you're exactly right. So I just wanted to provide that as a context. I had Member Foster, and then on this side I had Member Woodhouse. Member Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and no disrespect to Member Kaywall, we decided what our budget was going to be. We decided what we were presenting to the region. We made those choices. 2020 hindsight is interesting, but not appropriate, I think, at this point. I think a couple of the things we have to take away from it, though, Ken, is the fact that we have established a better relationship at this particular point in time with the finance department at the region. That's been acknowledged. I'm chair of corporate services there, and I can tell you that the region is pleased that we're at the table talking about things again. I mean, that's really critically important. We came in at 5.7%, and there wasn't even a hint of concern at the regional, as you well know. And that was in itself a clear, what's the word, a testament that things have changed. The previous time when budget was presented down there, I think they wanted to take a missile and shoot the presenter out of the room. So the simple reality is that we're back at the table with the region, and I think there's a lot of real positive things that are going on. So let's work on that this year and make sure that we continue on with it. So
I'm going to go to Lise for a comment, and then I'm going to go to Member Woodhouse, and I saw Member Clark.
Through you, Chair, to Member Kaywall. You're right. We do need to look at bolstering our reserves, both land acquisition potentially and the capital reserves that were decimated in the 2019 decision. That being said, there's a reserve policy that's coming to this board early in 2020 that will address mechanisms and ways through which to start rebuilding some of those reserves. The land acquisition piece, there is a land acquisition strategy that's coming to this board today, and that will dovetail with the reserve policy. And so that for 2020, it was intentional that we not request land acquisition contributions to the reserve pending the outcome of this particular document. When, in terms of the capital cut of the 1.1 million for Niagara region, we went forward with an understanding through discussions with the region as to exactly what the pressure points were. That's not to say the projects that were secondary, shall we call them, or not as high a priority, are not off the table entirely. We are investigating alternatives. Staff is investigating alternatives to move forward with some of those projects. Debt financing is one of them, but we are waiting until all of the council presentations and the budget approvals come through before we decide what direction this is going to take.
Member Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to congratulate and thank you and senior staff for just a tremendous amount of work in a very short period of time. having been around a lot of boards and commissions over the years, I know how difficult it is to try to advance very aggressive agendas, especially given what this board previously has been through. So, and I look at budgets the same way. I sat there for, what, 4.5 hours through that. It just reminded me why I never wanted to be on regional council again. But the point I'd like to make is that, you know, yes, I agree 100% with what has been said in terms of what our needs are. But the thing we're missing is, and I think Member Foster mentioned it about the credibility at the region. I think we've been able to establish that, and congratulations to all those that actually, you know, brought that forward. But we have to establish credibility with the people who are actually paying the bills, and that's the taxpayers. And we're doing that month after month after month after month with some fine work and some building some respect in that this organization always held for so many years. So I think we just have to be patient. We have to understand that that the work is great, and as we say all the time in Thorold, you eat an elephant one bite at a time. We've got a big elephant.
Member Clark.
I don't like eating elephants. As you can tell, I do like meat, however, just to be clear. I do want to say that I did meet with the city manager in Hamilton, Jeanette Smith, and our GM of Finance, Mike Zagaric. They expressed to me their level of comfort that the meeting with the CAO and the chair was incredibly respectful, forthright, a complete change from what had transpired in the past. So I feel it's appropriate that I mention that in public. There is still consternation in Hamilton with regards to the levy, so that item has not gone off the table, and we will be dealing with it in short order, hopefully in a collaborative manner. I think I heard Lise say something about debt financing. So I'm not sure if we actually have debt financing currently, but ideally it'd be good if we had a debt policy before we go down that road, because I've experienced situations in the past where if you don't have limits, you can quickly find yourself in a situation where your debt ceiling is way above your ability to pay, and we don't want to get ourselves in that situation. So my preference would be that we develop that policy prior to looking at debt financing. Thank you.
Member Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Member Clark for his words, and hopefully that when this Conservation Authority appears before Hamilton and Haldimand, that we have the same success, even though it's one step at a time, at those other contributing municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Fior.
Thank you, Chair. Member Woodhouse brought up a really important point, and that's how are we going to continue to restore the rapport with our taxpayers. And I'm wondering, once I explain to people why we're seeing tax hikes and what it means when councils starve a reserve and how they're kicking the can down the road. Once I explain that to people, they seem a lot more accepting of the fact that taxes have to go up. How can our wonderful communications team maybe effectively communicate how levies work and how our budget works in a very common term, so that they can start to feel comfortable and see the value that we are creating through their tax dollars?
I'm going to go to Madam CAO for a response on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Getting back to the one step at a time process, absolutely right. Our game plan for this year was we had to concentrate on our 3 funding municipalities: Niagara Region, Hamilton, Haldimand, and we finished meetings with all 3, with the finance folks and with the senior people, mayors, etc. We did not yet get to the next step, which is getting into our municipal communities. And it's very intensive work, and it's very important work. I absolutely agree with you, Member Fior. So the expectation for next year, as you're heading into working with the new CAO and you're developing a new strategic plan, is hopefully the importance of communication / education with our municipal government's broader community will emerge as a high priority with the strategic plan, because that was not something in our last strategic plan. And I think from the strategic plan moving forward, then the direction of the board will be to develop those kind of communication strategies and exercises that you're looking for staff to deliver at more of the local community level. Okay.
Thank you. And you touched also on something I would like to highlight. There's 21 ambassadors around this table, and so you have to form strong relationships with your counterparts in the municipalities so that they become defenders also of conservation. And so those, I want to some of us have more members than others to convince and to form relationships with, but I think that's part of the diligence. Anyone else? So just so we're all clear, we're dealing with the chair's report still. There's nothing really on the table except that report, so I want to stay focused to those things that I raised. Pardon me? Not quite. Member K-Wall.
Thank you, Chair. So I look forward to the staff report coming back after all the consultations have been done. I just want to point out a conflicting priority. Earlier this morning, we talked about floodplain mapping, and there's very serious discussion about the investment we need to make in floodplain mapping and how critical that is to our mandate. Okay. The result of the budget consultation so far in Niagara is that of the funding we put in for floodplain mapping for Niagara, 36% has not been approved. Okay, so this morning we were talking that it was critical, and now we have the further challenge that we head into 2020 with 36% of that not being approved. So I just wanted to point out that we have a lot of contradicting priorities here that we're going to have to deal with all through the financial lens. So.
I'm going to ask Lise to respond because I think there's an error in your understanding. So I'm going to ask Lise to respond to that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Member K-Wall. My understanding is that it wasn't a reduction in the floodplain mapping. It was that we were able to complete floodplain mapping in 2019, which meant that we could take some of those projects that were slated for 2020 off the roster because they were already completed.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarity. So my report is what it is. I'd like to move on and ask the Madam CAO for her comments to enter into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I would like to acknowledge that we had Years of Service Awards for our staff the other day, and I think it's really important that you know that despite everything that this authority has gone through, we have staff of long-term continuity here. David DeLuce, our Senior Manager of Planning and Regulations, 5 years of service. Mike McIntyre, Superintendent of Long Beach Conservation Area, 5 years of service. Mike Boyko, Superintendent of Bimbrook, 15 years of service. Tara Gade, Gady, pardon me, Tara, Watershed Analyst, 15 years of service. Henry Parker, Laborer, 20 years of service. And Tammy McGowan, Accounting Clerk, 30 years of service. So we wanted to congratulate each and every one of those for their incredible dedication to the authority. Number two, we have a couple of our staff that have recently graduated. I call it the Brock School of Leadership. It's actually got a slightly different name, but Adam Christie. Congratulations, Adam, is our Acting Manager of Strategic Initiatives and Operations. Adam graduated from this course, as did Jason Culp, our Supervisor of Compliance and Permits. Wanted to congratulate them for that. Number three, our treetop trekking at Bimbrook in Hamilton just received a top international award. And it's an award it's an Attraction Industries Award. So I know that there have been concerns in Hamilton over the years with Bimbrook, but I think that that Bimbrook is up and coming, and some of the amazing events that staff have for Bimbrook and some of the projects that have been brought in are really going to make this a top-notch conservation area in the very near future. Number 4, if I can, you'll see a winter solstice concert program in front of you. This is a ladies group, a ladies concert group that are coming right here to Balls Falls, 2:30 to 4:30 on the 22nd of December. They wanted to dedicate the fundings from their ticket sales to the foundation, which is absolutely wonderful. We are keeping some tickets at the door in case any of the board members would like to join us, but I understand from Renee that the ticket sales are pretty well sold out.
We are holding 25 tickets here at Balls Falls. Should you want the tickets, please pick them up today because the rest will be made available to the public at the door. We are sold out at 100 people.
Isn't that wonderful? So a brand new initiative for the foundation to get them off the ground. Item number 5, and I only have 6 items here. You have wonderful copies in your package here. My compliments to communications of your 2018 annual report and your quarter 1, 2, and 3 progress reports. Not just compliments to our communications staff for pulling this together, but to the staff for the amazing amount of work that has been done this year. Thanks to all of the staff. And lastly, the chair talked about the transition between myself and the new CAO. She has asked me to mentor her into her transition, which I have been delighted to do. And just to give you a very quick snapshot, she did attend our staff training and development workshop on Monday and stayed and interacted with the staff for half a day. That evening, she and I went out to dinner and had about a 3-hour conversation. Yeah, it was quite lovely. I'm very pleased with your selection. I think you have made an amazing choice, and we had about a 3-hour discussion on a whole variety of things. And then lastly, Tuesday, which was yesterday, Chandra joined the management team at our monthly meeting, and each of the directors and senior managers that were in attendance had an opportunity to introduce themselves to her, talk about what they thought were their 2 greatest accomplishments in 2019 and 2 of their most significant projects are coming up for 2020. In addition to that, I will be writing her a very comprehensive report to leave with her on Friday regarding a number of initiatives that you've given us direction for in 2020 so that she can start her job running, so to speak. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to report.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions for Madam CEO? Member Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick update to the CAO's comments. I'm very pleased that she is going to be on the Conservation Foundation Board. Yep. And I was going to say this later under other business, but I'll say it now. We have 21 members around this particular table. We're in donation season. I'm hoping everybody decides accordingly to make a donation towards the foundation. We're back, and we have a lot of things that we have to do, and I think leading the charge, members of this board, I think would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair, it's not really about the CAO's comments, so if there were other, because you had mentioned at the previous meeting that you would be talking about the Ombudsman's report, and you didn't mention it in your remarks.
Right. Yeah, so I didn't exactly know where its place was as well. If you would like to at this time, but I'll also want to be sensitive to the fact that lunch is here and it should start in about 30 seconds. But then just briefly, And there are other members of the region here that can speak to the Ombudsman report. We were given a preview of it, and then it came out publicly. Yes.
I'm sorry, I think this would be more appropriate for other business because we're speaking to the CAO report at this moment.
Yeah, okay, all right. We'll do it under other business, okay, if you will. So on the CAO.
And then it can get the time and attention it deserves.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that it wasn't, I thought it was important.
Yeah. Okay, so Madam CAO's remarks are what's on the table right now. Any other comments or questions for her? Seeing none. Oh, Member Fior.
Sorry, I just want to thank you, Gail, for all the hard work that you've done. It's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to work with you, and you'll be missed at this table, but I'm really glad to hear that you'll be at another table. So thank you. All the best.
Hear, hear.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, to move you into lunch quickly, I have to say how very impressed I am with how lovely you all look today. So thank you for bringing your best smiles and your best outfits. I would like... Right, I don't think so. But anyway, to orchestrate this as best we can, before you get your lunch, I would request that the board members congregate just outside here in front of the stone wall. You will have a board member picture taken. Then, for those board members that have not had their headshots taken, on this side, please go over here and get your headshots taken. Those are to match your profile on our website. Then grab some lunch, and then these members can grab their lunch and also then get their headshots taken afterwards. Is that acceptable to scoot things along pretty quickly here?
Okay, so everybody assemble in the foyer
Everybody out here. Thank you.
The recess. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to continue. While we have quorum, I'd like to get the remainder of our business done today. And so if we could, I have a motion moved by Member Ingrao, seconded by Member Foster, that the following items be received into the record. A, Report FA 165-19 re NPCA Regulations Enforcement Manual Update. B, Report FA 166-19 Provincial Flood Advisors Report Update. C, Report FA 167-19 2019 NPCA Ontario Power Generation MOU Year-End Status Report. D, Report FA 168-19 Restoration Program Update. E, Report FA 169-19 Communications Update Report, November 2019. F, Report FA 171 Chief Administrative Officers Exit Report. And G, Report FA 172 Niagara Region Natural Environmental Work Program Update. It's a fulsome slate. Member Mackenzie, you have a question about that?
Thank you, Chair. If I may speak to the last report, 172-19, for a minute. Thank you. I have some questions that hopefully may go through you to possibly staff. And on the first page, it deals with the background of this for this natural environment work program. It seems that over the years, there has been changes of responsibilities between the Conservation Authority and the region of Niagara. And I'm confused somewhat in that the region of Niagara looks to me like has taken over floodplain strategies or planning. And the region of Niagara is just one component of our watershed. And then just this morning we talked about floodplain mapping being a function of the NPCA. So, and then in the report, it says in 2011, due to budget constraints, watershed planning program was discontinued. I don't know if it disappeared though. Was it shifted over to the region of Niagara? And then it refers to a business case for undertaking watershed planning was not sponsored in 2017 as recommended. I'm not sure what that means. So I have a concern with portions of this report. It's not reflective of staff. It's the unknown history that I have about how responsibilities that the Conservation Authority had, because it's a water management agency, was transferred over to the region of Niagara. So I would like to get somewhat of an explanation on that, and I realize that there is a time constraint and it might be a long story. The other concern I have with this report is, as an appendix, there is on page 67, Natural Environment Work Program Phases 2 and 3 from Niagara Region. And on page of that report, page 71, it talks about offsetting. Now, before we spoke about offsetting, staff from the region of Niagara were here. And right in their report, it says there's a recent controversial history related to the concept of offsetting in Niagara. I can't emphasize that controversial history. And currently, the provincial policy statement and provincial plans do not address offsetting. My fear is that if offsetting is part of the building block of this natural environment work program, then there's a flaw in this program.
Okay, so you had a couple questions. I'm going to I'll kick the floor over to Jeff, because he's intelligent guy. I want to make sure he gets all the questions at this point. If you have subsequent questions, we'll go back to you. You still have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
There's no.
Yeah,
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Member Mackenzie. I just want to get a sense of what the first question actually is. Do they want the background in a succinct form? Okay, so what the report is trying to point out that you picked up was the watershed planning used to be a function of the Conservation Authority. It was done in partnership with the region. It was through the Niagara Water Strategy, which had a water management focus on it in terms of objectivity. And that lasted until about 2011. You'll see on our website, we did, I can't remember, we did close to 75% of the watershed planning areas that were identified through that process. And then the funding was discontinued and the program was essentially cut. So to your first question about that, it was dormant. It was dormant for quite a while until staff brought it up, I think it was in 2016, and they realized that it had been dormant and it was a gap and it was a need. So they commissioned that study to figure out a gap analysis on what it would take to get it back up and going and what needed to be done to complete the rest of the watershed plans and then get them cyclically moving again. And it did recommend a work plan to be recommended out of that. That never was able to come forward at that time. So shortly after that, this became a part of the negotiations with the Memorandum of Understanding for Natural Heritage Review to move back to the region. And it was identified in the protocol for planning services between the authority and the region that watershed studies and sub-watershed studies would be the lead of the region of Niagara and then the municipalities on the sub-watershed level. So that's the background. I hope that sews a little bit better together for you.
Thank you. And a subsequent question on that. So over the last decade, was budget for the NPCA reduced, and subsequently did the region of Niagara put into their budget to fulfill the same role?
Not immediately in 2011, to my knowledge. I think that would have probably happened when the lead was officially changed and recognized through that signing of the protocol of services between the NPCA and the region in 2017.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I just have concerns about how the watershed agency with our floodplain mapping and watershed planning somehow was handed over or handed back or whatever to the region of Niagara when I thought that would be the backbone of this organization. Thank you.
There we go. I'm going to just add, do you want to add anything? Madam CAO would like to add to that because I think there's an important recognition that you're bringing up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share your concerns, Member Mackenzie. I think we have to recognize that the provincial policy statement and provincial policies enables and asks that municipalities complete watershed planning. And most conservation authorities have negotiated memorandums of understanding that they do the watershed planning for the municipality as the watershed agency. Unfortunately, that was not done in Niagara. One thing that I have recommended to the staff on a go-forward basis is that if the region has now geared up and they are doing a large watershed plan, there is a role in each and every local municipality to do sub-watershed planning. Take, for example, 1 Mile Creek in Niagara-on-the-Lake. We've done a sub-watershed plan over the years and it should be updated. I have advised the staff and the new CAO that I would like to see them move forward with negotiations in the new year to see if we can be the deliverer of updates on sub-watershed plans for area municipalities, because what flows out of subwatershed plans is once you do the plan, you have to restore, in many cases, the degradation that has happened. We have a restoration department now. So I do share that concern. And staff will be working with the new CAO and the Commissioner of Planning at the region immediately in 2020 to have those discussions. In relation to natural heritage, I also share your concern. Natural heritage advice, you will see in Bill 108, and this has been the way it has been for quite a while, has always been a negotiated mandate. So for years, conservation authorities have had to discuss with municipalities whether they want us to provide them with advice on natural heritage when it comes to development. Most authorities have those MOUs in place. Niagara Region and ourselves do not. So the function for natural heritage advice, as I understand it, and I can be corrected on this, was turned over to the region many years ago. That one's going to be a little bit more difficult to tackle because my understanding is that the region has geared up. You'll recall our natural heritage people, a lot of our folks exited the Conservation Authority, if you will, a number of years ago, and the region has geared up with people that provide natural heritage advice. So that is going to be much, much more difficult to have that dialogue with the region, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't shy away. We should shy away from it. So just to conclude, I do agree with you, but there's going to have to be some dialogue on roles, responsibilities, memorandums of understanding, and in particular, it has to be done in relation to what unfolds with Bill 108 and the regulations next year.
Thank you. I'm going to go to, I had Member Brady, then I'll go to Member Rapley. And just so that everybody's clear, the whole items A to G are on the table. So if you're speaking to a different point, please acknowledge that.
I'll be addressing the same point, the Niagara Region Natural Environment Work Program. I think it's very important that there's three separate categories. Floodplain mapping is something which is clearly the Conservation Authority. We dealt with it today. Great, let's continue to do that. Let's get some more mapping done. I've been around, unfortunately, too long, as Gail can attest, and so I've been here when the things have come back and forth. One of the reasons that the region took over the idea of subwatershed and watershed was because it wasn't getting done. Mm-hmm. And in Hamilton, the watershed and subwatershed is the Hamilton, the city of Hamilton. It's not the Conservation Authority. So the system that we have now in Niagara is consistent with the system that is being done in Hamilton. I'm not sure about Haldeman, I'm sorry, but I simply know what Hamilton does. So I don't know if there's a necessity to, if you will, bring it back. I think there's a significant role for the Conservation Authority, and I think this report speaks to that quite well, and that is to provide the technical expertise. But in terms of the actual jurisdiction for it, and I might ask, the funding for it, because the consultants that do this work, because it's typically driven through consultants, are not cheap. Nor should they be, for that matter. I mean, this is significant work, and it requires a significant amount of effort. We've already talked about the fact that we have some issues in terms of our funding as is. So I don't want to rush quickly to take back functionality that we can't afford, and that sort of deals with the watershed and the subwatershed. The natural heritage are soon to be CAO is absolutely correct. The region has stepped up its staffing, and in fact, some of its staffing are your staffing, and they, in my opinion, are doing a very, very good job. They're moving along. There's a lot more consultation, which, to be quite blunt, there wasn't in the past, and it's moving itself forward. This group that Jeff is reporting on, which is the Natural Environment Work Program, it's a group which is not only the region, it's the region. There's local municipalities involved, not every single one, but the ones that were interested, and certainly the Conservation Authority. So I think, and I laud the idea that we be kept informed of this, but I'm not sure where the negotiation will go. And I think that that's something that there should be some direction from the board as we move forward. Not today, but as we move forward.
Member Rapley?
Yes, I think some of the things we've heard today have helped a little bit. I was kind of shocked when number G, I went in and there were the 4 articles and then realized there were 800 pages roughly between the 4 articles, and I did my best to try to sort them out. But I think it's important. Also, the Ministry of Natural Resources in the past played a very good role in identifying, significant wetlands and all that type of thing. And they seem to have been trimmed back quite substantially at this point in time, from what I understand. So I think in the long term, it's really good to get an update, because many of the reports were fairly old, on what is in these vegetation areas and habitats and species. In all of our conservation areas, we should have really good plans to know exactly what's there at this point in time. This is not easy and very expensive. So there is the Carolinian plan idea coming through. As you know, I did send an article to a few people, but the biodiversity plan for Toronto has been done, and it's a magnificent document with all kinds of great detail and references in it, and quite amazing. And Hamilton, as I understand it, is doing one right now. So we have a strategic plan coming, and we need to update. Part of that would be proper plans on biodiversity, getting rid of invasive species, creating habitats where we can along rivers and reforesting, protecting areas, etc., so that we have a really good plan. And this all kind of fits into it. So it's very unclear what exactly Niagara's doing, or what should, but what should be done should be identified. And with the strategic plan coming up, I think this could be a major component of that.
Any other comments or questions on any of these items? Seeing none, all those in favor of the whole package? And opposed? And that's carried. Good discussion. I have a motion moved by Member Ingrail, seconded by Member Foster, that report FA 163-19 NPCA Land Management Strategy be received. 2, that the NPCA Land Management Strategy dated December 18, 2019 be approved. Any comments or questions? Member McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I think this question may go, you may wish to pass it along to staff. And I'd like to thank them for the report. One aspect of it with land acquisition, I didn't see land emphasis for recreation and trails. Was it in the report, or did I not?
I'm going to go to Adam Christie. Yeah. Here we go.
Thank you for the question. I'd like to refer this question to our ecologist, Kim Frolick, please.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Chair. The emphasis was on natural heritage information, and this was consistent with other conservation authorities. And there was also a lens put on restoration. But no, there was not an emphasis put on trails or low-impact recreational opportunities.
Okay, I'd just like to say my emphasis about low-impact recreation is that natural areas and being in them is incredibly important to a person's mental and physical health. The development of trails, the use of trails, I find to be incredibly important in natural areas, and that there should be, I hope, a strong emphasis for natural areas to be close to where the people live. This Conservation Authority doesn't have a lot of conservation areas close to the urban centers. I would hope that when we do our strategic plan, that this might be clearly enunciated in the plan, and also to look at opportunities for trail development on lands that may not be traditionally considered conservation areas. I'm going to use it as an example. Abandoned rail lines. They are very, very successful in many other communities or conservation authorities, and they provide a good skeleton or backbone for trail networks in a region or in a community. So I just like that to be kept in mind as we go along into our strategic plan, and I hope that this report will become a stepping stone into the strategic plan. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering, is there any discussion around brownfield remediation or acquisition of brownfields as restoration sites? And would that fall under this? You triggered something with saying the railroads, yes, great pathways for trails, but probably an excellent opportunity for remediation work as well. So I'm just wondering where brownfields would fall if it's under here.
I'm going to look to staff.
Through you, Chair. It's not specific to brownfields, but it does speak to the restoration component where it's unvegetated around a riparian area or adjacent to a forest area, which is unvegetated, and you want to increase the size of it to improve wildlife habitat or water quality or the functions of the ecosystem.
Thank you. Just one point further, would that then fall under something that gets brought up in our strategic planning process of how we can begin to acknowledge the importance of brownfield remediation and whether or not we play a role in that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The best advice I can give this board of directors, as Member Brady has clearly said from the outgoing CAO, is when we deal with our land securement strategy, we don't, and I don't anticipate in the future that we will be having a lot of dollars flow forward for land securement. And I think that personally, when it comes to land securement, we have to look at the highest priority environmental lands for securement and protection. That's just my lens right now. You may consider that differently in the future. When it comes to remediation of brownfields, that might be something that is done through the restoration program. And I would look to either the senior manager of the restoration department or our restoration folks out here, acknowledging a brownfield, working with the landowners, talking about how that can fit into both the climate change strategy, a sustainability plan that I know that you're very in favor of, and how brownfields can contribute to that. But in terms of land securement, I think that, at least for now, we're focusing on those very high priority environmental areas for acquisition. And I would be happy to be corrected by any restoration staff in that regard, Mr. Chair, if they can even look at brownfields or if that's something that is beyond scope and ability at this point in time.
Okay.
We do have a restoration person at the back if they'd like. Would you like a comment on that, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Through you, Chair, we certainly could look at brownfield restoration, but it hasn't been identified as one of our top priorities yet. We've mostly been looking at, similar to what Kim had brought up about expanding our natural areas, protecting, working in floodplains. We've got three main priorities to our restoration program, which are forest canopy cover, wildlife habitat, and water quality. Brownfield remediation could play a part in all three of those, but we haven't had an application yet to do so. So right now it's something we could take a look at and bring to our restoration program review committee, but we probably have to develop some criteria around it because it can be quite expensive as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Member Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those lines, I mean, there's been a lot of, I know in our area, there's been an awful lot of restoration done in former industrial sites and have been turned back into naturalized areas. And I also know in the city of Thor, we have an 8-acre piece of property as Carolinian Forest directly in the middle of a subdivision, as the municipality created that as part of it. Now, that's the last acreage of any Carolinian forest in the city of Thorold in the urban service area. So, you know, there's opportunities there, and you know, you wonder, is it better served by, are these restorations better served by the Conservation Authority or the municipality or a private investor? So I just don't want us to exclude it because it's not the traditional acquisition method. That's all. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Member Kaywall.
Thank you, Chair. This is a fairly major approval that's being asked of the board at this point in time. This is the first time that we've seen the land management strategy, and frankly, there's an awful lot to absorb here. I think the questions that we've seen coming from the members already suggest to me anyway that we would really benefit from a full presentation and a much more in-depth discussion of the land management strategy. In parallel, I think we would like to see the investment strategy that Ms. Gagnon talked about that would support this. I would wonder if we can separate the recommendations, okay? And if we can separate the recommendations, I would like to move that the approval of the land management strategy be deferred pending presentation and full discussion with the board.
Adam, please.
Thank you for the question, Member Kamal. And through you, Chair, I think I just want to put emphasis on that this land acquisition strategy was solely done right now for the AG recommendations. So our staff are fully aware that in the new year with the strategic plan, Bill 108, all the other things we're waiting for, that this strategy would need to be updated again once we know exactly what the strategic plan of our organization is. This is strictly done now for the AG recommendations. That's the only changes that were made. Just wanted to point that out.
But, sorry, just to respond to that, but there's no time limit specifically with respect to the AG recommendations. I understand we want to get as much done as we can and would like to show that as a completion in 2019, but I don't think we should rush into approving something here that we don't, at least I personally don't have a full in-depth understanding of what it is I would be approving at this point in time. And I think the opportunity to have a full board discussion and maybe take another month or two would not severely impact the timelines for the AG's report, so a response to the AG's report.
I have you proposed a couple of things from a chair's perspective. You proposed splitting them. That's on the table. I have no problem with doing that as a chair. And then there was a referral to a subsequent meeting. So I'm assuming more specifically, those two I see as being slightly in conflict. So either I would see that we kick the whole thing to a fulsome discussion that includes a presentation, and or we just split these. I usually don't have a problem splitting, but I think that we won't have anything if we don't. So, are you making I don't hear anything there, so you have to come to agree. I need a mover and a seconder to make an action on those things that you brought up. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Member Brady.
I think it's very important that we listen to Adam, is it not Adam? Yeah, Adam. Adam said that this was done for a specific purpose, and I think it fulfills that mandate. And clearly, at least I hope, we're going to be doing a strategic plan in 2020. Hopefully we'll get done in 2020. And these issues will come back to the forefront. So I would prefer to have the strategic plan so that the staff can have the input into this matter, which includes trails and or brownfields, as the case may be, and then we deal with it. So why don't we approve this report, knowing full well it's going to come back as part of the strategic plan? That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I saw Member Clark and Member McKenzie.
So can I ask, respectfully, what's the timeline with return in terms of our response to the Auditor General? It's been mentioned that this is in direct response to the Auditor General's concerns. Is there a specified timeline that we have to have this approved by, according to the AG's document?
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll note the next item on your agenda deals with the Auditor General's report. And if you approve that, we will be chatting with the Auditor General's office. We don't have a return timeline from her. She told us at the May meeting that she attended, she would be coming back in 2020 to review our progress, thank you, on her recommendations. We will substantiate when she might be returning to the board in 2020. There is no gun to anybody's head here. What we have simply tried to do is take a look at recommendations 15.2, 3 of the Auditor General's report in particular, which is she asked us to take a look at our land acquisition criteria and update the criteria, which we've done. Doesn't preclude, again, I want to reiterate this, any further review in the new year. You can review your documents at any time. We took a look at prioritizing which criteria might reflect our goals at this point in time. But again, if you change your goals in 2020 in the strategic plan, you'll have to take a look at that again. In relation to implementing land acquisition goals, I am used to this process. For any conservation area that we have, there's a master plan done on those areas. That was done for every authority in the 1980s. It was updated for a number of authorities. To me, land acquisition criteria and specific recommendations around land acquisition come out of a master plan of a conservation area. And we need to do a lot of update, but I'll give you a very specific, if you just bear with me for a minute. When you looked at the last 2 opportunities to acquire land at Bimbrook, that was part of an overall strategy, and we have to rationalize to you or recommend to you as staff, is this based on your policy a good investment of potentially $1 million, $1.5 million, $1.9 million worth of funding? That's where the rubber hits the road. So what we've done here is we've taken a look at the criteria. My recommendation, again, going forward in the future, that at least the big 4 of our conservation areas should have an updated master plan, and included in those master plans should be a specific land acquisition criteria and strategy for each of the big 4. So no, Member Clark, long answer, and I'm sorry about that. There's no specified timeline that the Auditor General has given us. I think we're simply trying to demonstrate as staff and a board that we're being very responsive to her recommendations.
And I appreciate that, and I think we can share that information with the Auditor General, because there's an awful lot that we have already clearly accomplished. Like, we did not, what's the expression, sit on our laurels. We move forward to deal with some of these issues. I'm going to suggest that, given that we're bringing on a brand new CAO, I'm a little bit uncomfortable passing such a dramatic policy with far-reaching tentacles across the authority without having her comment. And no disrespect to Gail or our staff, but if I was the new CAO coming in and a week before you brought me in, you approved this type of policy, I'd be wondering about how collaborative the board is going to be with me as the new CAO. So I think to the member's point, I think it's prudent to delay it, have the CAO review it, come back to the next board meeting perhaps with some comments, and then from there we can move forward in a more fulsome way. She can address the brownfield issues, the different questions that were asked, and I think we'd be much more comfortable with that. So that would be my personal suggestion, but it's up to the board.
Thank you. And I just want to insert just a comment here for clarity. So we've acknowledged that there's no gun to anybody's head on any of these policies, but as a chairman, for the purposes of meetings, we have to engage in kind of a paced sort of fashion. So sooner or later, if we keep deferring these things, there's going to be the meeting that goes on forever and ever, because we want to have fulsome discussions about a number of things. So we're always kind of in a dialogue about making sure that this board advances things all the time. So I appreciate the sentiment, and pending the will of the council, we're going to act. But just so that you know that we're trying to address things in an ongoing way that allows business to move forward, and sooner or later as members we have to do the diligence, study and make a decision and move forward. And the strat plan is going to be a very, very fulsome discussion. So just want you to know that as a caveat. The chair and Madam CAO are trying to make sure that we keep pressing those things in the Auditor General's, that we don't get lazy and lax. I had Member Foster, and then actually I'm going to go to Member Mackenzie for a second time. Yeah, okay. Member Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question through to staff. I'm hearing the terms far-reaching and significant changes. I didn't really read far-reaching or significant changes into what's gone on at this point. So can I just get a clarification from a staff point of view? This seemed to me more of a cleanup mode more so than anything else. So can I get a view from staff as to where this is at?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. That's a great question. So we have a policy already approved. So we're already using a 2015 policy, and all we did right now was clean it up with the AG recommendation. So if we don't approve this today, we're just going to be using the same 2015 policy that we have. But if we do approve this today, it will just be updated with the proper AG recommendations, knowing that in 2020, we'll update it again with the strategic plan.
Okay, so let me finish. So bottom line on this is that we're basically doing a quick update. Member K. Wall, as well as others, have made a very strong case that we're going into a strategic plan in the new year. A lot of stuff is going to fall out from this. Let's get this passed, let's get this put into place, and let's move on. To be perfectly frank, you know, I keep hearing over and over again at this board on all these terrific new ideas where we're going to spend tons of staff time to go through and organize and do things. And to be perfectly frank, we don't have tons of staff time. We don't have tons of things that are going into place. So let's follow along with the excellent ideas that have been put forward. Let's get the strategic plans in place, and then we can go and modify these things accordingly afterwards. So anyway, I'm perfectly in favor of let's get this out of the way now and let's move on.
There we go. I was losing battery. I was trying to signal that. It's flashing like crazy. Okay, sorry that a copy of report FA 170-19 update Auditor General report recommendations December 18 be forwarded to the Auditor General of Ontario and the Minister of Environment, Conservation, Parks for information. Any comments or questions? Member Kaywell.
So just a question as to what would the purpose be in sending it to her at this point in time? So as I've gone through the list, there's about 15 responses that still require completion shortly or in 2020, okay? It would seem to me that we should just complete the entire report and have it ready for when she comes back, okay? Sending a partially complete report may actually create more questions than actually help. And then the second part would be, what would be the rationale in sending it to MOECP at this point in time? And again, the same, wouldn't it be better to send a complete report when it's all done, including the Auditor General's comments to them? So.
Thank you, Member Kaywell. To the Chair. I'd like to address your last comment first. When the Chair and I visited the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, along with MNRF, during the initial consultation on Bill 108, it was quite clear that, and we had been advised by Conservation Ontario, that the province had not quite, perhaps understandably, received the message that we are a changed authority. The rationale for sending this to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks is, as you will note in the Auditor General's report, they were the responding provincial ministry. So we did, the first thing that the Chair and I did when we met with those two ministries in October, the first thing we said to them is, we are changing. We have changed. We have moved course forward. So the only intention of this recommendation is to demonstrate to both the Auditor General of Ontario and the Minister that, as the Chair reflected a minute ago, we're not sitting back on our laurels and not looking at the recommendations. We are continuing to do movement forward. Again, it's only a staff recommendation. If the board feels that they would just prefer to receive it at this point in time and not move the report forward to the Auditor General or the Minister, that's certainly at your pleasure. The one thing that staff would like to do, and I can recommend this to the new CAO, is I think it would be very prudent to touch base with the Auditor General's office in the new year and at least get an ETA on when she might want to be coming back into the authority so that we can give you a heads up on that. So staff is here at your direction, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I am a little flummoxed because, you know, in my experiences at the municipal level, more information is always better than no information. And so all this is just sending an update. I appreciate what you're saying, but to send that report up is, if we weren't sending it up, I would equally expect some other people might raise, why aren't we sending this up, and let them know that we're making progress. So I'm going to get that answer here today. If there's traction for your not sending it up, I'd like to hear a seconder on that, or no. Okay. Any other comments on the question, on the report as a whole, or the resolution as a whole? Sorry. Send it up. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? Carried. I have a motion moved by Member Kaywell, seconded by Member Steele, that Carolinian Canada, whereas Carolinian Canada is working toward a goal of 30% protected landscapes in our watershed jurisdiction, whereas all the NPCA watershed is located in Ontario's Carolinian Life Zone, and whereas the NPCA supports the goals of protecting our landscapes, therefore be it resolved that the development of a protected areas strategy and the updating of the 2006-2009 natural area inventory be considered as components of the NPCA strategic plan to be updated in 2020. Any comments or questions? Member Kaywell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to the motion here. So back in November, NPCA and Carolinian Canada held a workshop for Niagara's municipal leaders on saving Niagara's unique nature and working towards a goal of 30% protected landscape in our watershed jurisdictions. As you know, the Niagara watershed is part of the Carolinian Life Zone, which runs from Toronto to Windsor and is Ontario's most biologically diverse, cultivated, and heavily populated region. The focus of the workshop was on stewarding and protecting healthy landscapes. What came out of the workshop was the importance of protection of the watershed. Secondly, that healthy landscapes involve connecting corridors of natural areas and recognition that we can't do this on our own. While the intention of the workshop was to identify local actions from municipal partners and understand how to work together, the conversation gravitated towards the critical role that the NPCA could or should play in leading provincial partners. What focused this thinking, I think, was the presentation by Director Vercade called Pondering Protected Areas, in which he laid out what he called an adaptive cycle, or quite simply, inventory, assess, and manage. Put more bluntly, in order to protect your natural assets, the starting point is to know what you have. Director Vercade also discussed a 2006 to 2009 natural area inventory that was created for the Niagara Peninsula. This was an extensive piece of work that included hundreds of scenarios and modeling and argues the case for higher degrees of protection to remediate the Niagara Peninsula that's highly degraded and fragmented. While some of this information may be over 10 years old, it's a hugely valuable asset for the NPCA and all of the watershed municipalities. Furthermore, the director indicated that this inventory could be updated. NPCA staff at the workshop and CAA Wood indicated that this initiative with Carolinian Canada is a good fit for the NPCA. Carolinian Canada also introduced the participants to a new concept, something called social impact funding, a union between social finance and conservation efforts. This is an intriguing new potential funding source that could be explored as part of this initiative, and the NPCA workshop participants agreed it was worth finding out more about how it works. Protected Area Strategies is also in complete alignment with the Ontario government, and you can read what it says right on the ministry's page on protected areas. And finally, this initiative aligns with one of the core mandates of the Conservation Authority, developing programs that protect natural heritage and habitat and promote watershed stewardship practices that lead to healthy watersheds. So with that, I'm quite happy to move the motion.
Member Brady.
We heard today that there is a group at the region that includes the Conservation Authority, which has and includes the local municipalities, and has been working on natural heritage issues. And they've been working on it for quite a while, and it's going to come out as a part of the package as part of the Regional Official Plan update. I really think that we need to work collaboratively rather than to decide to go off on our own. So this particular motion does not speak to working collaboratively. It's saying, no, we should be doing this on our own. That is, in my opinion, is not the way to protect natural areas. The best way to protect natural areas is through, in my opinion, ownership. But after that, the next way is to ensure that it's in the planning documents that are supportive of that position. If you have a natural area team already in place at the region, and you do, and you also have a group that's working on this and their reports are coming out in the near future, and we do, why would we pass this resolution and suggest that we should now become the lead agency?
I'm just going to, one little clarification from a chair's perspective. This motion has been seconded by Member Foster. He's present, and Member Steele has left. So just for that clarity. Go ahead, Member Kaywall.
So, Member Brady, I think you're reading much more into the motion than is actually there. It talks about developing a protected area strategy and updating the natural inventory to be considered as part of the components of the NPCA strategic plan. It doesn't talk about how those things will be used. That's all up to how the strategic plan unfolds. So,
Member Foster.
I agree with Member Kaywall. To me, this is basically stating that this is a way we're going down the road, and let's incorporate it into what we're doing with strategic planning. So I really don't see a problem with it. And my expectation, by the way, as we're going through the strategic plan is that there will be, besides the councillors that are here, there will be input from the region as we're going through it anyway. Thank you.
Member Brady, anything to add? Just, yep.
I continue to maintain the point. One of the reasons that government is criticized is because they become duplicate. One group is doing something and another group wants to do the exact same thing. We have a group in place. We have a process that's in place. It's moving forward. We're at the table. I'm not sure that this helps.
Okay, Member Mackenzie.
Just a small point. We also have Haldeman and Hamilton in our watershed, and I think this can work and for all the entire watershed, not just the region of Niagara. With respect to Member Brady.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to. Oh, Member Clark. Sorry. Thank you.
So to our staff, what does this mean in terms of resources, in terms of workload?
Sorry, what was the question?
The question basically is what this motion, what are the implications for staff?
If I might, Mr. Chair and Board of Directors, I'm conscious that this is my last meeting, and as I said, it has been a privilege to work with you. I think it was in my exit report that didn't get called forward. It was an information report. I said if I have one concern, the concern is that we do not have the staff resources to move forward with initiatives that I think we would all love to do. And I have spoken to your new CAO about this. And one of her questions to me is, well, we're doing a new strategic plan. Who's going to be leading that? I said, well, I was going to do that, but that's up to you now. We've got a little bit of money, so we'll see. We've got a climate change initiative. We have a sustainability strategy that we still have not addressed. My very strong recommendation to you, and I say this to you very respectfully, is that if there are new initiatives coming forward, it has to come with a recommendation to ask staff for a report. The report would come back to you, and we would respectfully advise you of the financial resources required to do so, the human resources required to do so, and the timelines to do these kind of things. I do want to reiterate, Mr. Chair, I would love to be dearly to be doing these things. But I would tell you that the difference coming from Lake Simcoe, that is about an $18 million budget, versus we're here at a $11 million budget, is astronomical. The difference in delivery is astronomical for double the budget. We are having some difficulties as staff keeping abreast of the workload. And that is the best advice that I can give you, is just to ask us in the future what we can accommodate, who will be doing it, what resources we might need to go forward. And I think the case would be the same in this situation that we're reviewing right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I ask then that the mover consider amending the motion to include that the feasibility of the development of a protected area strategy and updating natural inventory be considered as components of the NPCA to be updated in 2020 with a report back by staff on resources and costing? So we wouldn't be making the decision today to do it. We'd be getting a feasibility report back with resourcing and costing on this request, and then we can make a more informed decision. Is that a reasonable, friendly amendment?
I'm quite happy to make that amendment, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
So after that, the feasibility of developing, and everything else remains the same, subject to a report back from staff on resources and costing.
It just seems to me, a strategic plan, you're going to have year one, you're going to have intermediate, long-term. In fact, many years ago, in 1990, we did a 25-year master plan, took it to the city of Toronto and got $173 million over 25 years, and we actually hit those targets. So you can, you're going to have short-term, long-term, and obviously you can't do everything at once. You've got to come up with the phases. So I'm not sure what kind of phases are in the strategic plan, but obviously you can't do it all at once. You've got to build towards, doing things as you go along, right?
Correct. And anybody who's ever been engaged in a strategic plan, West Lincoln just completed theirs last on Monday night, knows that there's 21 people around the table, so there's 21 inputs into where people would like to pull the organization. I found with 7 people that it was quite a comprehensive document. To land on something is really quite an event. So I think we all recognize that we have a lot of work to do in 2020 on the strategic plan. Well, I have a motion before us right now. It's amended. I'm going to read it one more time. That the feasibility of the development of a protected area strategy and updating the 2006-2009 natural area inventory be considered as components of the NPCA strategic plan to be updated in 2020, subject to a report back on costs and staffing. That's what we've, the amended motion. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Member Smith, seconded by Member Metcalf, whereas a mandatory program provided by conservation authorities is defined in Conservation Authorities Act is to prohibit, restrict, regulate, or grant permission for development in or close to watercourses, shorelines, flood and erosion-prone lands, wetlands, and other areas where development could interfere with a wetland's ability to store water and mitigating flooding. Whereas the Conservation Authorities Act defines the objects of a CA as the objects of an authority are to provide in the area over which it has jurisdiction programs and services designed to further the conservation, restoration, development, and management of natural resources. And whereas the special audit of the NPCA found that the NPCA needs to improve its process to ensure it delivers program services economically, efficiently, and in accordance with relevant legislation, regulations, agreements, and policies, and that the impact of human activities, urban growth, and rural activities in the land within the NPCA's jurisdiction is effectively managed. And whereas a special audit of the NPCA found that the NPCA at one time had contradictory policies for reviewing development proposals and work permit applications, and whereas the special audit of the NPCA found that the NPCA's proposed policies approved in September 2018 after the Auditor General's report incorporate more permissive policies regarding developments near wetlands and valleylands, and whereas the NPCA policy document was approved on September 19, 2018 prior to the Auditor General tabling the special audit of the NPCA on September 27th, and whereas the special audit of the NPCA included a survey of conservation authorities in Ontario best practices policies, and wherein inconsistencies and permissiveness in policies can result in consequences that are contrary to the NPCA objects, now therefore be it resolved that the NPCA will establish an ad hoc committee to review policies, NPCA policies. You making me work this hard at the end of the meeting is uncalled for. NPCA policies for the administration of Ontario Regulation 155-6 and the Planning Act for consistency with Ontario Conservation Authorities Best Practices, Section 3.1 of the Provincial Policy Statement and the Conservation Authorities Act. That the committee will create a report on policy inconsistencies and recommended changes for board consideration for NPCA board meeting of April 2020. Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So I know that that's a real mouthful. The issue here is that we have a lot of policies enacted right now that have been loosened over the years. And I know that we're going through strategic planning processes in 2020, and I know there's processes coming up that will allow for policy review. But development permits are being signed off and approved right now on the permissive policies that this Conservation Authority approved over the last 4 to 5 to 8 to 10 years that may in fact actually be out of line with provincial policy on some of the issues. And so in proposing an ad hoc committee in a very short timeline, because I know that there will be a voice out there saying, why don't we just catch this up in our strategic policy review and our strategic plans? In the meantime, we're approving building permits. And we're approving those building permits on very permissive policies. And I think it's important for us to spend 3 months. I'm proposing an ad hoc committee comprised mainly of board members, because policy review can be done very quickly, my opinion, on this, and we can bring forward a report to this board noting where we are out of line or where we have slipped into extreme permissiveness, and then suggest how do we counter this.
Member Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I like most of what you've written here with this motion, but I don't agree with doing an ad hoc committee. Here's the simple reason why. This is a staff issue that we're looking at here, and what we have to be doing is we have to be working with staff to lay out and do the policies on a step-by-step basis over the course of the next year or two. I mean, unfortunately, I do not believe putting together an ad hoc committee is going to speed up this process, and in fact, it could probably hamper an awful lot of the other things that it is that we're trying to do as we're moving on, particularly the strategic plan. If we're going to be having staff resources worrying about this, they're not going to be working on the area that we really truly want them to be working on. So, and by the way, the comment, and no due respect, and all due respect to Member Smith, policy changes are tough. It's a tough slog to go through and deal with these things. I mean, going and comparing back against what the provinces come out with, what the standard practices for other authorities is, putting in place those types of things that are critically important. It isn't an easy process, and it ain't going to be sped up with what it is that's being recommended here. So I'm not in favor of putting the ad hoc committee together, but I do love your wording at the beginning of this, so thank you.
Member Brady.
I'll be very brief. I agree with you. I clearly believe that this is a staff function, that this is not a policy level function. I take one exception with one of your comments, Ed, though. Building permits are not being handed out that are in floodplains and stuff like that. That's just not happening. Certainly there may be some policies that the Conservation Authority needs to take a look at, but I don't think you'll find that the municipalities are not respecting the zonings that have been in place well before and well after the last board.
Any other comments or questions? Member Clark?
So I'm not speaking in favor or against the motion. I'm trying to understand then, based on the last two members speaking, what is the oversight role of the Board of Directors of a Conservation Authority with regards to the development of the policies pursuant to the Ontario regulation?
I don't have that answer. See, I understand the sentiment, but there's a lot that's not.
It's not a sentiment. It's good governance.
No.
What is the oversight?
No, but so
if we just give it to staff and they develop it and we just accept it, then we don't have any oversight. So what's the role then? I understand very clearly staff function to implement the policy. But the drafting of the policy and the consideration of the policy and the approval of the policy, there has to be some oversight role. It doesn't need to be an ad hoc committee. It could be your governance committee. It could be your executive committee, but there has to be some oversight.
So let me clarify where I was going with this. I understand that so terms of reference would come back at the April meeting with respect to this. So at this point, we're committing staff to develop this committee. If that's what we want, if that's the direction of this council, we want them to develop the terms of reference for this committee, how it responds, who's the final authority, how does responsibility trickle through said committee. I'm understanding that that comes to an April meeting. If that's the direction we want staff to, that we're going to, is that, Member Smith, is that the gist of what you're, is it? Okay, so then I need clarity on this. Member K-Wall, could you provide some?
A suggestion to maybe help with the clarity here. Instead of forming a new committee, we have, I think at the last board meeting, accepted the terms of reference for the Strategic Planning Committee. I know that committee is yet to be struck. Why don't we give this to the Strategic Planning Committee as that first exercise in the first 3 months?
Member Brady?
Speaking just to that particular comment, I would hope that the Strategic Planning Committee is going to be looking at a 10,000 foot level and trying to decide where the cows are and where the pigs are, if you will. This kind of work is very detailed, at least that's my understanding, it's very detailed. I understand the comment that was made by the gentleman beside me. Personally, I think that the board's is to review and approve, but if there is a committee that should be involved in it, then that's fine, but I think one of the standing committees, but not necessarily the new Strategic Planning Committee. Mm-hmm. Governance, they don't seem to have anything else to do these days.
Yeah, great.
I'm going to let Madam CAO weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to go over really quickly, having both facilitated strategic plans and gone through a number of them with conservation authorities, and echoing what Member Brady is saying. Your strategic plan is going to be a very high-level document. A vision, mission, values, top-line goals, and top-line objectives. One of your objectives that could come out of those, and I'll just throw a whole bunch under, you could have a pillar for advancing your watershed management program, and under that pillar could be to complete your climate change strategy, to develop a sustainability strategy, to update your floodplain policies, etc. Then from your strategic plan, what the staff normally should do for you is they should develop, if your strategic plan is for the next 4 years, the staff should then develop a 4-year business plan. And that's when the staff present to you the nuts and bolts of who's going to do it, when's it going to be done by, how many resources are going to be required. It comes back to you for approval. That's our marching orders. Then every year during our annual work plans that we present to the board, you say in year 1, we're developing this strategy. So again, this issue was an issue that I had an opportunity to chat with the new CAO about. There is a couple of complications here. Complication number 1 is generally new policy updates should follow strategy, generally speaking. Number 2, Bill 108 is going to be more specific in terms of developing regulations and getting them out for us to take a look at. Every authority will be updating their policies then. Number 3, to the date, and I know Member Smith, you and I have had a discussion on this. By the time you develop terms of reference, establish your committee, drive staff towards the policy update, in my humble opinion, there is no doubt in my mind an April deadline cannot be met. Period. Knowing what our staff are doing right now and understanding that we do not have a policy planner on staff. So this gets tacked onto somebody's job. So there's a couple of issues here. Should we be doing this? Absolutely. It's the timing and the flow of when we should be doing it vis-a-vis the strategic plan, again, in my opinion.
Member Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're, you know, out of our enthusiasm to address a lot of outstanding issues to drive the agenda forward, we're losing sight of the method in which is best to achieve that. And I really believe, in having gone through a number of master plans and strategic plans and developing them myself and working through them and then with them and developing action plans as a result of that, it's something that is paramount to actually getting stuff done. And there's a number of parts that are missing that Gail's talked to, and I'm not going to repeat them. But the whole center of the direction moving forward is for us to be able to understand where we're going and why we're going there. And we understand there's a lot of issues, there's a lot of problems, there's a lot of things that are laying out there for us that need to be addressed. But in the lack of having that kind of direct, plan, roadmap to achieve these things, it only is going to create a lot of work for staff that will ultimately be changed, altered, or something that, because we don't know all the facts. And I really worry that there may be an understanding here on this board that that we have all this ample time and all these great people available to us to do all these great things. We're operating with an $11 million budget. I'm telling you, that's not a lot of money to run an organization the size in which we have here. And it's been brought up earlier that we should have done more, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, we got to eat an elephant a bite at a time. And I'm saying the same thing with this, is we need to be able to understand that getting our house in order starts with a master plan, a strategic plan, call it what you may, that we can then work from, that is supported based on everybody's understanding, based on where we as an organization feel we need to be. And the timelines can be attached to that. By piecemealing it, and that's, with the utmost respect, that's what I see us doing here. It doesn't provide any help because it creates a lot of work that in the end you may end up just scrapping it anyway. Thank you.
Member Clark.
So can I ask the question then, Bill 108 and the pending regulations, which have been pending now for, well, since they announced Bill 108.
Almost a year.
Do we have any projected timelines? I'm ashamed to admit this, but I'm not current with what the minister is currently saying in terms of when those regulations are going to be forthcoming. And the reason I'm asking that is I would be loath to suggest that we examine this under current regulations and then have to re-examine it 6 months or 8 months from now when new regulations come out. So does staff have any guess, best guess? Anyone around the table who's got friends in high places? Not me.
The Deputy Minister at Conservation Ontario, of course, would not commit to when the regulations would be coming down. What he did say is that he would engage in further consultation with the authorities and the municipalities in the new year in relation to the regulations. I might, if I could, Mr. Chair, I think if I can just draw on the expertise of the Director of Watershed Management. Darren, could you make a comment on what you're hearing? Because Darren is part of a working group with Conservation Ontario on the regulations and the policy that we're talking about here right now. Mr. Chair, might I?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. When we were at the meeting with Conservation Ontario and the Deputy Minister, while he did not give any direct timelines, Gail's absolutely correct. He did say that our first meetings that we've had were preliminary, that from there it'll be leading to a more wholesome discussion with all stakeholders, being municipalities, AMO, and everybody else involved. They were hoping to have that done within the first quarter of next year. After that, there was no timelines given. We had hoped to have already had that in place within the first quarter. Likelihood is it may not be until second quarter if everything lines up perfectly.
So, Mr. Chairman, may I suggest then that given that we don't have those regulations, it might be prudent for the member to table the motion until we get those regulations, and then we can re-examine the motion and make it current with the new regulations that are coming forward.
I can respond just to that. My concern is one thing I've learned with government is it's always on the horizon. And so we could be sitting here next year waiting for, because it's subject to the political winds of the day. You know, we don't know when those changes to 108 are coming. And if we keep stalling taking action because we hear that change is coming, we could be sitting here 2 years from now, because a provincial level government will do change when it feels politically right, and then they will also reverse that change. And so I don't think it's prudent for us as a board to make decisions based on what we hear or what we hope or what we anticipate. I think we just have to plan and go forward with the reality of the day. If we're being told it's imminent a week or two from now, I understand, but everything that we hear is just, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And I have no faith, I don't want to talk about political parties, I have no faith that our provincial leadership is actually going to be giving us the guidance we want on a timeline that suits this board.
I'm just going to raise one point. A table. Oh, go ahead.
And Foster.
So I understand the member's concerns. I believe that the regulations are coming. I have no doubt in my mind that they're coming, and I would move that we defer it until we receive those regulations if there's a seconder.
All I was going to say is a table at this point might be better than a loss of the resolution. So you are moving a table, and it's been seconded by member Brady. Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Can you put forward a motion of deferment if you've spoken to the motion? We've been told that this...
You can't call the question if you've spoken to it.
Okay, I want to say at this table, I've been told you can't put forward a motion to defer because you've spoken to the motion.
Hold that thought.
Grant,
did you have an idea?
I don't have an idea off the top of my head.
My understanding is you can,
yeah.
I don't believe I've spoken to this particular motion, so I will put forth a motion to table.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Member Brady did speak to the motion.
At that point, the motion to defer was not presented. So.
No, he didn't speak to the motion.
He spoke to the main motion.
Right, and he's now speaking to defer the main motion.
He's deferring it. He's moving it. Yeah. So I'm going to, if you would, okay, so I'm going to rule it as legitimate that's been properly moved and seconded. I don't care between the two of them. They can arm wrestle about who actually moved it and who seconded, but I'm going to rule that it's legitimate. If you would like to challenge the chair, we don't have a vice chair, so we have to, but we have to move the meeting forward.
I agree we have to move the meeting forward. My comments weren't done. A deferment ends the debate on this subject.
Correct.
So I'll challenge the chair.
Okay. A seconder to challenge the chair? No, we have a challenge to the chair. I'm looking for a second to challenge the chair. Member Kaywell, the question before you is whether it's legitimate that I ruled that Member Brady moved and Member Clark seconded a deferral of this motion.
Can we just refer to the bylaws?
Well, You challenged the chair. I made a ruling, and you've challenged the chair. So that...
This is the news to me. Why don't what are we voting on?
Uphold the chair. This happens at the region quite often. All you're voting on is do you uphold the chair's ruling or support the chair's ruling. And it needs a... Go ahead.
Just, am I doing this?
You are doing it.
All right, you'll have to pardon me, folks. This is new territory for me. The question is as to whether or not we are upholding the direction of the chair. And I call the vote for that. All those in favor of upholding the direction of the chair? It's carried.
So then we go back and...
So now we have a deferral motion to us. We're going to take up that vote because that's also a non-debatable. All those in favor of deferring this motion? And opposed? And that's deferred. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Point of order, again,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Deferred until, do we need a date? Because, I mean, saying it's deferred means it surfaces again in 2 years, or?
Mr. Brady and Mr. Clark both agreed that it would be until the regulations for Bill 108 came out. The pertinent regulations. Yeah. So that was part of their deferral. So we can't put a month to it or a timeline. It has to follow that. So the regulations will come out. It'll come back. Deferred. I'll put that in there this way. Good. All right. We have a motion here moved by Member Foster, seconded by Member Hellinga, that the meeting of the Board of Directors of the NPCA Authority convene in closed session at 2:03 in accordance with Section 11 of the NPCA Administrative Bylaw for the discussion on A, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including NPCA employees. Any comments or questions?
Got a question.
That's after.
Business.
That's under new business number 9. We're in 7 in camera. All those in favor going into closed? And that's carried. 2:03. We're closed. I have a motion moved by Member Foster, seconded by Member Clark, that the meeting of the Board of Directors of the NPCA reconvene in open session at 2:25. Any comments or questions? All in favor? And that's carried. I have a motion moved by Member Clark, seconded by Member Brady, that report FA 140-19 read Public Advisory Committee members' appointment be received, and that Board of Directors appoint the following individuals as members representing the following sectors to the NPCA Public Advisory Committee: Environmental Sector, Jackie Oblak; Agriculture South Sector, Joseph Schoenberger; Landowner Public at Large, Erica Fernie; and reappointment Tourist Chamber of Commerce, Harry Carosis, for a second term. That the Board directs that the PAC terms of reference be amended to permit the appointment of one additional member with the climate change expertise related to NPCA watershed. And 4, that the NPCA Board of Directors directs staff to begin recruitment of a PAC member with climate change expertise in accordance with the resolution of NPCA PAC members at the September 25th, 2019 meeting. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. Member in Gray, you're always a little bit slow, so I'm recording you every time as in opposition. A malcontent. Anyways, no, I'm not. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, just kidding. I have a motion moved by Member Foster, seconded by Member Brady, that the Board of Directors, NPCA Authority, hereby approves and ratifies the appointment of Chandra Sharma. And just for the record, I spoke to her. She prefers Chandra, okay? Chandra Sharma. Just so we know, as Chief Administrative Officer, Secretary Treasurer, as per the terms of conditions discussed in the closed session. That way the media can get this right too. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, Member Ingram. That's carried. Your enthusiasm this late in the meeting is duly noted. I have a motion here. I need a mover and a seconder.
Sorry. That's the direction on the code of conduct.
Right.
Sorry.
I have a motion moved by Member Brady, seconded by Member Clark, that in accordance with legal opinion received, the subject code of conduct complaint be responded to by instructing the complainant to lodge the concerns with the region. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. We have a notice of motion, Member Kaywall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I've been having ongoing dialogue with the CAO with respect to policies, and she's indicated that there are, workload constraints. So I'd like to just put this in a notice of motion so we can actually give her the authority to get this done. It says, whereas the Board is responsible for the overall governance of the affairs of the authority, and whereas the Board is accountable for the authority's compliance with its mandated objectives and accountability under the appropriate acts and legislation, and whereas the key tool for the Board in executing its oversight responsibilities is the list of authorities, bylaws, and policies, now therefore it be resolved that staff are directed to prepare a list of all operating and administrative policies and all memorandum of understanding for the Board to use in executing its responsibilities by the next meeting of the full authority.
Yeah.
That's a notice of motion.
Am I permitted to ask a point of clarification?
It says it's going to have it at the next meeting.
Is that the annual meeting? Do you want it at the annual meeting?
Will that be at the next? So, okay, just for those members, the January meeting is the annual meeting. It'd be the February meeting is the full authority. Business meeting. Okay?
Perfect.
Great. Okay, thank you for that clarity. And then any other notice of motion? Seeing none. Under new business, the concept of the Ombudsman report came up. Just briefly, I'm not Paul Dubé, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of the Ontario Ombudsman. He gave a report. It was received. It was available to all. I don't really know. I have I'm very uncomfortable to add or detract to it or even give my opinions about it, except to say that the region responded by implementing the recommendations that the report suggested, because it was a regional report. I don't know what we can do here, the NPCA. Go ahead, Member Foster.
Yeah, we were, just to let you know, when we came out of closed session with that, we were given very clear instructions is that this is now a police investigation, so we do not have opinion on it. As well, we did move a motion on some civil items as well. That was a clear motion, and our lawyers are looking into that. So there's more going to be coming down the road, but this is now a police matter, so we can't offer opinion at this point. So that's unfortunately my regional councillor hat with that one.
So if you haven't read it, I would encourage you to read it, because there are some paragraphs in there that speak specifically to the Conservation Authority.
That's correct.
Not about the hiring process at all. Okay, and I think there would be some language in there that I think would be concerning to this board. Okay, I'm just going to paraphrase here a little bit, but the former CAO indicated that he had changed this organization from an enforcement body to a compliance body. Okay, I don't think we know what that means, but I think that is something that we should attempt to find out at some point in the future. There was also some reference to his work experience at the Conservation Authority that he was going to cite in his application as a CAO, that included things like encouraging organizations to set up branches in Niagara and seeking efficiencies with the private sector. So those are things that I think are troubling, because I don't believe that those are in the mandate of the CAO, the Conservation Authority. So I would suggest to you read it with a Conservation Authority lens on it, but I think we may want to take our own course of action, not with respect to the police investigation, but to understand how actions may have been taken to change this from a enforcement organization to a compliance organization.
And I'm sure we'll be dealing that with in the strat plant as well.
Yeah.
Member
okay.
Smith.
And I want to just say something, because I believe that not all of the members, I know that I expect that all the members from Niagara are very much aware of the political what's happened at the region as far as the hiring of Carmen D'Angelo and the Ombudsman's report. I'm not sure that our other two municipalities follow the issues as closely. So what's coming out of that is a police investigation. And the direction from council was that the police should follow the leads, and I'm paraphrasing here, the police should follow the leads wherever the leads take them. So they're not asking that it be constrained to the computers at the Niagara region. And I don't think the police would accept any kind of constraints anyway, but that's me speculating. So my point is, because the Ombudsman's investigation inevitably led into this organization, we as a board should be expecting that the police investigation is inevitably, or there's a good chance that that investigation is going to mirror and expand on the Ombudsman investigation, meaning that this organization, none of us are experts on this, I know that, but it seems like there's a fairly strong chance that this organization will be part of the criminal investigation going forward. It is, I'll say, a positive step. I prepared a motion today that I think is important on this subject matter, but I don't know that it's important. I think that this board needs to send a public motion that we, as a board and staff, support this and want all of us to cooperate to the extent allowable by law. And I don't know the law, and none of us do. But there was allegations in the last investigation of staff who are no longer here not cooperating with the Ombudsman. And I know that went sideways and all confused. I believe that it's important that our staff and our board know that we are behind all forms of cooperation with this police investigation should it occur at the NPCA.
I think that goes without saying, but if I appreciate the point, and I think it's well taken.
And if we just say it goes without saying, even if we publicly say that, I'm satisfied. I just want the words out there that we as a board support this, and we expect everybody who's involved to cooperate to the extent possible.
Yep. Member Foster, Member Clark. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you. As I stated earlier, and in fact, I think with this board, we have to be careful about opinion as going on with it, as it is a police investigation. However, I would not be averse if there was a motion basically stating that the NPCA supports what the region has done on this report. I think if you were to do something like that, that I think expresses what you want and is harmless.
So I'm happy to hear the motion. I understand that Niagara requested that the police investigate. They didn't direct the police to investigate. No elected official can direct the police to do anything. Neither can the CA. So once it's handed over to the police, it's hands off, and we shouldn't be commenting on it in any way, shape, or form. It can be deemed as, whether intentional or unintentional, as intervention, and you can find yourselves very quickly on the wrong end of an interview about obstructing justice. So hands off, we don't comment, and let it happen. If you want to move a motion where we agree with what the region did, referring it to the police for an investigation, I'd be happy to hear the language, but I want to be very clear that we're not trying to direct the police in any manner. This is an independent police investigation, and our staff, if they get called to be interviewed, they have to cooperate because that's what the law says, not what this board says.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree 100%. We are in a position now that the region has taken action. I haven't seen the language in which the action they took. I haven't read it. Before I would vote on anything here in regard to this, I would want to have my lawyer look at that language before I signed on to it, because we're assuming that we have an understanding of the breadth of what they've asked the police to do, and we certainly don't. We haven't been subject to all those confidential meetings, etc. I think the best position for us to take, and if it bleeds over into the NPCA's activities of the past and certain individuals and everything else, the police are going to conduct that investigation. No matter what position we take, no matter publicly what we say or whatever, I'm sure that everybody knows that that's the way things work. For us to do anything other than that, I think would be a huge mistake.
I'm just going to conclude the discussion then, because I think it's the safest course of action. If you want to put forward a motion, you can. We can go through that whole process, because we'd have to change the agenda and all of that. I think we can just go. All right. Then I have a motion here moved by Member Brady, seconded by Member Shurton, that the meeting be hereby adjourned at 2:39 p.m.
I'm against that.
Please, all those in favor say Merry Christmas. Opposed, say I am Scrooge.